Have you been looking to kickstart your journey with native cross-platform desktop and mobile development with .NET MAUI? Well, you're in the right place. I'm James Montemagno, and I'm a longtime .NET developer, and specifically a longtime cross-platform developer with Xamarin, Xamarin Forms, and now .NET MAUI. I work at Microsoft in our developer community team inside of the developer division, where the team members build .NET MAUI, Visual Studio, and many other developer products that you use every single day. Before that, I worked at Xamarin as a developer advocate, helping developers around the globe learn Xamarin technology and be successful building apps. And before that, I worked at a company that all I did was build production applications for them for TV software and hardware, which was really exciting. I fell in love with Xamarin, which is why I've been doing it for over a decade, and why I'm now here all about .NET MAUI, the next evolution in building native cross-platform desktop and mobile applications, all with C# and .NET. So you're in the right place if you want to get started, because I have built a all-day workshop that you can follow along at home. It's going to take us from start to finish, and you're going to be able to build and understand everything in a .NET MAUI application, from just getting started in displaying data to making web requests and pulling that data from the internet and displaying it in all sorts of lists, to doing navigation and going and passing different data around from page to page. And we're also going to take a look at the many ways of styling applications and adhering to light theme and dark theme, so your customers of your applications have the choice. And by the end of this, you're going to have a great app that you can put on your device or on your emulator or simulator, and you can show it off to all your friends. And if you want to go even further, of course, subscribe at any time during this video, because I put out videos nearly every single week right here on my YouTube channel. You have years of different back catalog live streams and produced videos for not only .NET MAUI, but Xamarin Forms before that, in which many of them are applicable to .NET MAUI, and of course, C# and .NET tips and tricks, along with all sorts of things such as emulators and simulators, and just what's new and going on. So make sure at any time you like this video. That also helps the channel, and of course recommends this video to other people. Now, what I'm also going to be doing is putting time codes all along. These chapters are going to help you skip to and from. So if you're not around for the next few hours and you want to come back later, no problem. Pause it, close it, come back later, bookmark it. You can find those below, or in YouTube, just use the chapters feature that is built in. Now, this is a multi-part workshop. It's specifically 6 different parts, and each of them are some longer and some shorter. Each of them are broken into 2 different parts. You actually have first me giving a presentation on the different pieces that we're going to go through. And then we have a live coding workshop part, in which you will actually be able to get Visual Studio, start coding along with me with a full README. Now, the advantage of actually following along with the video is that I'm going to explain in detail every single thing that I'm doing. But at any time, you can pause, take the code snippets, browse the detailed README that I have, and of course, get the code into your application. Now, since I can't update YouTube videos later on, some things may be a little bit different, but I'm going to try to keep things as consistent as humanly possible as .NET MAUI evolves over the years, so you can come back to this workshop at any time. And of course, if anything changes drastically, I'll re-record the whole thing. So make sure you subscribe, like this video, and ring that notification bell so you get up to date right here on YouTube whenever I put out new videos. This is going to be a long journey, and I hope that you're excited for it. So what we're going to do is go ahead and get started. All right, let's get started learning how to build native cross-platform desktop and mobile applications with .NET MAUI. Now, if you're interested in what .NET MAUI is, how it works, and how you can extend it with Blazor, well, you're gonna need to watch a video up over here, because I already did that video in deep detail. And that's usually how I open up the workshop, so people have time to install Visual Studio or Visual Studio for Mac and all the dependencies to get started with .NET MAUI and get things set up on your machine. Now, I recommend that you definitely check out that video in deep detail. I went through a whole presentation going through every little bit humanly possible of exactly how .NET MAUI works and everything that's built in to .NET MAUI itself. Now, I'm also not going to go in this workshop in detail on the installation, because installation can change over time on both Mac and on Windows, and new Visual Studio versions are always coming out. Now, I do have a video that is on the channel that will walk through many of those aspects, but for this workshop, I'm going to recommend that you go to the documentation, which is linked in the GitHub repo at aka.ms/maui-workshop. Now, that's really important because that is going to have the most latest and up-to-date information on exactly what you need to do to install .NET MAUI. Now, I'm going to be doing a lot of work inside of Visual Studio on Windows, but we will hop over to Visual Studio for Mac so we can see the application running on both iOS and Mac. Now, I like doing a lot of my development on Windows because I've been a long time Windows developer. And I like it a lot because I have Android available to me right away. And if you're on Windows 11, you can use the Windows subsystem for Android. And of course, you can do Windows development, which is super crazy fast. Now, you also have the option of plugging in an iOS device directly into your Windows machine if you have an Apple developer account, and deploying your .NET MAUI application directly to your iPhone without any Mac at all. You also can connect to your Mac as well. And of course, all of this is inside the documentation. So I highly recommend you check that out. All right, let's talk about what is in the workshop and let's get started. So the first thing that we're going to do today is we're going to learn how to build our very first application and what is inside of the project structure of .NET MAUI. We're going to take a look at MVVM and data binding and many of the libraries out there that'll help us be even more productive when doing MVVM and XAML development. We're going to do navigation so we can push and pop pages and display different pieces of data and learn how to pass full objects around our application, all using a URI-based schema. We'll also take a look at accessing platform functionality. So if you want to access geolocation, preferences, or sensor data, we'll be able to do that. We're also going to look at displaying data in a lot of different ways, how to do things in grids and columns and rows, horizontal, vertical. There's a whole bunch of different ways of displaying data that you can optimize in your app. So you can handle scenarios like there's no data in my list. What do I do? And then finally, we're going to take a look at app themes. Now, app themes are the things that are going to enable us to do things such as do light theme and dark modes in our application. And of course, reshare themes and styles throughout our entire application so we don't repeat code over and over again. Now, this is the 6 fundamental pieces of the workshop at the time in which I'm recording. There may be new modules added later on. Many people have asked me for new modules. And hey, right now is a great time to say, what else would you like to see? Go down into the comments below and let me know what you want. Or if this looks great, give it a thumbs up on the video and we'll continue on. Now, a reminder over here that all the code is available at aka.ms/maui-workshop. This will take you to the .NET Presentations organization on GitHub, which has not only the .NET MAUI repo for the workshop, but also ASP.NET Core, Blazor, C#, and so many more workshops and presentations that you can get your hand on if you want to learn different pieces of .NET technology. All right, let's get into it, building our very first application. And the first question we need to ask ourselves is, what is inside of a .NET MAUI application? Well, the project that we are going to be working with is the Monkey Finder solution here, and it's going to enable us to find monkeys all over the world, put them on a map, and use geolocation to find the closest monkey to us. And we'll also be able to tap on a monkey to go deeper and find information on a detailed page. Now, this is what the project structure of a .NET MAUI application looks like. It is one project inside of one solution. Now, when you do file new, it's not going to have as many files as this, but it's going to have quite a few of them, to be honest with you. I've gone ahead and added some of the default dependencies that I'll walk through when we're going through the code. And I've also gone ahead and scaffolded out or created a bunch of the pages and boilerplate blank code. So you don't have to go ahead and add a bunch of empty files at any time. Everything that you need is in there. But everything inside of a .NET MAUI application is a single project. And that's one of my favorite parts of .NET MAUI. Every single thing is inside of here, including all the source code, the user interface code, shared resources, platform code, and so much more. We're going to take a look at fonts and resources and images that are all shared cross-platform, which is awesome. And like I say here, what we can see is that we're also going to have a resources folder. And inside this resources folder is going to be all of the fonts, images, and raw assets across all of our projects. What's great here is that .NET MAUI takes care of all of the different parts of the application, including handling setting cross-platform fonts, taking SVGs or PNGs and rescaling them for the specific project that it's on. And it will even handle app icons and splash screens as well, which is really, really cool. And you can find all of that inside of the resources folder. And you can add your own. So if you want to add your string translations in there, you can put them right there too. And everything will be shared across all of the apps. Now, another thing that it has is a platforms folder. Now, by default, this is going to handle all of the project setup per platform for Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows. Every single platform has a little bit of boilerplate code that needs to bootstrap the application. But you can also come in and write platform-specific code for Android, iOS, Mac, or Windows right inside of these folders. You don't have to do any conditional compilation if you don't want to, because inside of the Android folder, it knows that only Android code can live there. Now you can write platform code outside of these platform folders, which I'll show you in a little bit, but you do have to do some conditional compilation. Now I love this because it just puts everything in one spot that I can just see and just makes it so I don't have to set a bunch of different projects in the startup. It's really, really nice. Now this project is actually multi-targeted. And what that means is that this project targets multiple frameworks. What we can see here in the target frameworks is that by default, every single .NET MAUI project will target Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, and Windows as well. You can remove these if you don't want to ever have them in your project, and you can delete those folders, but you might as well keep them there. They're not hurting anybody. Now, what's also great is that Tizen is also supported, which is a platform from Samsung for different phones, smartwatches, and televisions. And that is also in the default project if you want to install the Tizen tooling. But those platforms are supported from Samsung, not from Microsoft, like Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows are. Now, there are a bunch of other little things inside the project folder that are so great for doing cross-platform development, because everyone is going to need to set a title, an app ID, and application versions, and you can do them all here. These are just some of the settings that are available inside of the CSproj or the C# project file that will automatically be set whenever you compile that iOS, Android, Mac, or Windows application. There's a bunch more, and we'll take a look at them when we go through the code. Now, I did mention that you can write code inside those platform folders, but you can also do conditional compilation. This enables you to use these #if definitions to say, if I'm on Android, let me access Android specific code or have code run only on Android here. You can do else ifs for iOS, Windows, and there's a bunch of these identifiers that help you access those things. Now, this is only if you need to access platform specific features inside of .NET MAUI. If you just need to write code for iOS or Android, there's an API in .NET MAUI that will detect what platform it's on. So for example, if you want an integer of count to start at 0 on Android, but 10 on iOS, you can say if the platform you're running on is Android, start at 0, else on iOS, set it to 10. That is available in code as well, and we'll take a look at that as we run through the workshop live together. Now, one of the most important parts of a .NET MAUI application is the startup project. This is where you're going to scaffold out everything that is needed to start the application from start to finish. And this is about what the default project template looks like. It creates a MAUI builder. It sets the application class as the MAUI app to start. It configures the fonts that are in the default templates, and then it builds that up and returns the MAUI app so it can start it up. Now, this is also where you can register dependencies with the built-in dependency service, and I have a full video on that, but we'll also be touching that inside of this workshop. There's a whole bunch of other different events, such as lifecycle events, and a whole lot more that you can access right here. So definitely feel free to read the documentation to learn so much more, but we will definitely be inside of this project startup class right here, doing a whole bunch of configuration for our Monkey Finder app. Like I said, you can add different dependencies inside of the startup project, like we're going to be doing in this application, and you can even register your pages. What's great about this is that in the application that we're building, we're actually going to be using dependency injection and inversion of control and constructor injection to automatically create and inflate all of our dependencies. And this is really great if you're coming from ASP.NET Core or other frameworks that have this similar builder structure. You're going to feel right at home. And if you're new, don't worry, because I'm going to tell you how all of this works as we build the application live. Now, I also want to mention that there's a bunch of different lifecycle events that are available too. There's traditional lifecycle events in the application class, such as start, sleep, and resume, but there are a whole bunch of new Windows events too. And by Windows, I don't mean Windows operating systems, I mean the windows on the screen. That's right, dotnet MAUI is a multi-window enabled application. Now, many of us may not use this, but if you are on desktop or on tablet, this is really nice. You can create new windows, and each of those windows have their own state. So by default, when a window is created, you can link into all of these different lifecycle events if you need to do specific things when the window is stopped or resumed or deactivated. And you can see on the bottom left here, all of the different ways that the window can start and stop. It gives you much more granularity when you are creating and managing your application. So if you do need multiple windows, you can create new ones, but by default, there's one window and one application in every single dotnet MAUI application. But just know that there's a whole lot of deep dive that you can do. And of course, everything is documented. And of course, I'll put links to the documentation below. Now, I did mention that it is multi-window, so here's a great example of the weather application from David Ortnow, love David, on the dotnet MAUI team, showing you that you can just new up a brand new window, set the page, and then it'll just open a new window automatically. And that's what his Weather 21 application is doing. Now, one of the other important pieces of dotnet MAUI is the shell. This is the base of your application. I have a whole video, again, all on shell and why I love it. And it is part of the default template when you do file new of a dotnet MAUI application. Now, this is what enables URI-based navigation, but it also gives you an opinionated way of structuring your application with flyouts or tabs that can go on top or on the bottom. So here, for example, we have a shell with different flyout items that are going to be used in our flyout from left to right. You can also add tabs. You can add tabs on top and on bottom. It really helps structure your application in a great way. Now, I like to use shell for all of my applications, and like I said, it is the default template, so I highly recommend it because there's so many great features that you're going to see today as you do the workshop. Now, let's talk about how pages are formed inside of a dotnet MAUI application and inside of a shell. A page is the root. It is the starting point of anything that you see on the screen. Every single shell has pages, and those pages are specifically a content page. And it holds specifically one visual element. For example, that could be a control. Maybe you want to have one button and every page can have one big button in it. And that's important to know that inside of a content page, the main content is one item. You can't have multiple items inside there unless you are using a layout. Now, there are many different layouts that I walk through inside my What is dotnet MAUI video, but there are things such as stack layouts, relative layouts, absolute layouts, and so much more. So instead of just having one control in your application, you're probably going to have a layout first, such as a grid. And what's great about layouts is that they can have a bunch of controls inside of them. So, for example, you might have a stack layout with labels and buttons and images inside them all stacked up with different spacing. You can have layouts inside of layouts. So you can have a scroll view that has a stack layout that has other stack layouts and different elements inside of it too. So it's very flexible. So you can have all sorts of things no matter what your application needs. And like I mentioned, there's a whole bunch of different layouts. One of my favorites that's a little bit complex, but oh so powerful, is the flex layout. You'll often see us use grid or stack layout because those are the easiest to lay out different pieces of content. And often, for me at least, I can easily wrap my head around a grid because there's columns and rows. We've all used Excel. Or a stack layout where we stack things up over and over again, horizontally or vertically. But again, there's a bunch of them, and there's a bunch of new ones in .NET MAUI too, such as the vertical stack layout and the horizontal stack layout that are optimized for laying things out horizontally or vertically. Now, built in to every single element or control or layout are a bunch of different behaviors or events, if you will. Every single control has a bunch of different properties. They can be created completely in XAML or an XML-based markup language, or inside of C# themselves. And there's a great library in the .NET Community Toolkit that enables different C# markup extensions to make that C# code a little bit less. But here, for example, I could create a new entry with the placeholder of enter text and set the keyboard here. I can then register and subscribe to different events, such as text changed, and then do different things when that is happening. I can, of course, create that directly inside of the C#, or I can add that event inside of XAML as well. So like I said, the controls expose properties, and they also expose events too. Now, that's not to say that we don't have MVVM and data binding, because we do, but we're going to take a look at that in the future. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's actually create our very first page of our application that displays a list of monkeys that we're just going to hard code into our application. And this is where we're going to start. So you're going to make sure that you open up that repo over on GitHub at aka.ms/maui-workshop, and we're going to get started. So let's head over there now. All right, let's get into it. We're going to start by building our very first application. And again, what we're going to do is do a quick walkthrough of everything that's inside of the GitHub repo for the workshop today that we'll be working through. Additionally, what I want to do is show you some of the differences of the project that we have inside of there and the file new project that, of course, is always tweaking. So there might be some differences as we go through. So let's head over to GitHub right now. All right, so when you go to aka.ms/maui-workshop, it's going to bring you right here to the .NET Presentations repo. Now, if you don't know what this repo is, there's organization. It's part of the .NET Foundation. And you can find a whole bunch of different workshops. So ASP.NET Core, .NET Core, Maui stuff, whole bunch of stuff in here. Blazor workshop, C# stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff. All the 20th anniversary for .NET is all right here, which is really cool. So definitely check that out. Now, inside of this repo, how I sort of organized it, let's bump up the fonts a little bit more, is each one of these parts. So part 0, part 1, part 2, you get the idea. There's a big README here. So, it's super important to go through, look at the setup guide, take a look at this quick tutorial that I highly recommend, emulator, hardware setup that you may need. And then, of course, I walk through all the different parts. So we kind of already walked through part 0, but one thing that I do want to talk about here is that in part 0, I really go through a deep dive of every single thing that's inside the different projects. So I'm going to go ahead and do some of that stuff today. But the biggest thing that we want to do is start in this part 1 display data. Every single one of these parts has a beginning project and a README inside of it. So part 1 here has a full README. This is what we're going to walk through in general. I'm not going to walk through it. Or I am going to walk through it, but I'm not going to read it and copy code. I'm going to do it live, but you can follow along at home. And then there's a project. Now you can take this solution, this project that we have right here today, and take it from start to finish. Now, one thing that I did, though, is I wanted to make sure that at any time, if you had to leave or you got stuck, you could pick up. Or imagine if you're doing this in person, you came in and you walked in on part 3. Well, there's a starting project solution there, and of course, a README, which is super duper nice. So that's sort of the guide part here. So what we want to do is first clone this. So I like to hit this code button, hit clone, and we're off to the races. I'm going to go ahead and open up Visual Studio 2022 here on the PC. And what I like to do is come in and do the clone repository setting here. So here's this, boom, and just paste this in here. Now, by default, it may put it into like a smaller folder. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put it onto my D drive / I think I have GitHub/demos, just a shorter URL in general for me to get going there. But of course, you can always hit a file picker and put it there. Just there are a lot of parts inside of this thing, so make sure you put it in a relatively decent folder there. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open this over on another screen so I can kind of at least walk through myself what you're going to be doing. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Solution Explorer. Inside of Visual Studio, we can see that we have all these different solutions. We actually have a finished solution, part 1 all the way to part 6. So inside of the first part, what we're going to do is open up this part 1 display data monkey finder.sln. All right. So this is going to open, and I want to walk through some of the things that I've done here in this solution. So I'll kind of zoom around a little bit. But in general, this is going to be very similar to a file new project, but I have already configured a bunch of default NuGet dependencies that we're going to learn about. I also added all the pages and the view models, but I didn't necessarily actually add any code. So if we zoom in here, we can see a few things. The first thing is that we have a README. So here's the README, readme.md. So if we open that up, we could actually see the README right here, which is nice. We also have these directory build props. So these are common properties across all of the projects in the repo, and also this build target. So this thing here is going to give me access to some common NuGet packages for all of the projects. And the reason I did this for the workshop is because I didn't want to have to update a bunch of different projects every single time. I can use these nice build directory targets here. But for the most part, you don't need to worry about those. Now, inside of the Monkey Finder, we're going to find all of our dependencies. So we have our Android, we have our iOS, we have our Mac, we have our Windows built on WinUI 3 and the Windows App SDK. Now, if I go ahead and look at the packages here, we can see that these are the different dependencies that I have going on, which is pretty cool. Now, this is using the default file new, which uses a shell and an app file and a MAUI program. But let's first walk through a few common things that we have here. The first thing is the platforms folder. This is what I talked about earlier. We have all of our resources, things for Android specifically there, iOS, our info plist, which would put any specific permissions that we may need. We'll talk about that in a future part of this workshop. Same with Mac Catalyst and also Windows as well. In our resources here, we have our fonts, images, and our raw assets, which are really nice. So we have fonts, images, and we have some raw data here. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit too. And then, of course, we have our different app icons and our splash screen configuration there. Now, the other folders, which are model, services, view, and view models, those are the ones that I've added. And you can see I have a few pages here, a few view models that we're going to talk about, and a monkey service because we're building this monkey finder application, and we have a monkey as well. The reason I did this is just to save time. You can, of course, right click, say add new item, and here you're going to find all of your item templates for your classes and for dotnet MAUI. So if you want to add more pages or resource dictionaries or content views, you can add them there too. Now, if we double click on the monkey finder over here, what we're going to find is our project settings. So we're targeting iOS, Android, Mac, and of course Windows when we're on Windows. Here we have our single project and we're using implicit usings. We also have an application title, which is Monkey Finder. We have an application ID and a GUID for Windows. And then we have our display version and version code. Now, the use interpreter, this is only on a debug, and I believe that the team actually enables this by default anyway, so we may not even need that. As things sort of evolve. We'll also see down here is that we have our app icons, our splash screen configuration, our images and our fonts, and our MAUI assets here, which is quite nice. So these are all things that are cross-platform brought in by dotnet MAUI for our application, which is really, really neat. Now, one other thing that I added here was this global usings. And this is just nice because I didn't want to have to worry about us adding a bunch of namespaces when we're looking at code. So these are just global usings for our projects, for system diagnostics, text JSON, and things like that. So what do we have first and foremost? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to build a monkey. So we're going to need to have a monkey itself. Here it is. Very cool. Now, this monkey data is going to be coming specifically from a JSON feed. And I'm going to bring it over. And if you are in the README, you'll find it here. Here it is. It is a bunch of data of monkeys. So they have a name, a location, details, image, which is a URL, which is nicely hosted on GitHub, which is awesome. And we have a bunch of them in here, which is nice. Now we're going to go to a website called JSON2C#.com. And this is a nice website because it enables us to convert JSON to C#, as it says there. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to go ahead and paste that in, which is nice. And then I can hit convert. And just like that, it gives me everything that I need. So we have our JSON here, and I can copy it to my clipboard, which is quite nice. All right. So if we go ahead and paste this in here, we're going to see that it gives us this class root. It doesn't know what it is necessarily, so we can go ahead and delete that. And we specifically are going to be inside of this monkey. There we go. So that's a nice way to do that there. Another cool thing that's inside of Visual Studio 2022 is if you actually come in and copy that, you can actually do edit, and then there's a setting called special paste over here. Let me go ahead and bring Visual Studio over so you can see it. Edit, special paste. Let me bring it over a little bit more here because it's a Windows cut off. There we go. Edit, special paste, JSON as classes. And sure enough, if we take a look at that, we can see that, well, it put it right in the middle, but it went ahead and it gave us all the different information. I'll do that one more time here, just so we can actually see it. Edit, special paste, JSON as classes, and it gives us our information, which is quite nice. Now, it's a little bit hard to say. This one did do floats instead of doubles, so you always kind of want to double check exactly what those magic converters are doing. But our monkey has a name, a location, details, image, population, latitude, and longitude. Now, at this point, we are not going to make any additional code changes at all. So what we're able to do is come in and start up our application. So here I could set the Android system here as the startup, and then you could pick an emulator. So I have two emulators here, so it's up to you what you want to use. So you can pick and choose what you have. You can also come up to Tools, Android, and there's an Android device manager here. You go and pick that up there. And what this does is it enables you to create and delete different Android emulators. Now, if you are on Windows 11, I would definitely look into the Windows subsystem for Android. It enables you to run your Android applications directly on Windows, which is really, really cool. So definitely take a look at that, which I love. Else, if you're on Windows 10 or on Windows 11, where WSA, the Windows subsystem for Android, may not be available, what I would recommend doing is taking a look at the documentation I linked to make sure that your emulators are all super optimized, which would be great. Now, I am actually going to start, not this one, I'm going to start the one with Google APIs specifically. And the reason I'm going to do that is because we are going to use a map application at some point here. And that map application is going to need to have a map as well. So I'm just going to set up my emulator here because I'm always messing around with it. And I just have an Android emulator. Now I have my emulator set to set on top. So if I actually go into the settings and I go into settings here, we can see that I have my use detected ADB and emulator always on top. It's one of my favorite settings, which is quite cool. So we can go ahead and set that there. Now I could have also just launched it by hitting debug as well. Totally fine to do. But what this is going to do is sort of now compile up my application. It's also going to verify that my Android emulator is started. And if it isn't started, it's going to launch it. So that's a quite nice feature of Visual Studio. And of course, if you're using the Windows subsystem for Android, that will just pop up inside of Visual Studio. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the build process here as we kind of wait for this to go through. And how .NET MAUI and the Android and iOS build systems work is that they're iterative. So the first time, it's actually doing a full compilation of all the code, all the dependencies, and it's having to bundle up a full Android package for deployment and debugging. And I also want to say that that first build is going to take longer than all other incremental builds and deploys. So if you're adding new assets or classes, like that may take a little bit longer. But if you're just modifying code, it's able to sort of do a diff and deploy, which makes it much, much faster, which is one of my favorite features. I often find the first build here taking about 30 to 60 seconds for Android, and for Windows, it's going to be a lot faster because it's deploying locally and it doesn't have to deploy a crazy package. And of course, iOS is a simulator, so also quite fast, and Mac even faster because it's on the machine, which is nice. So this here, we can zoom in and see we're starting debugging. It's found our stuff, and we get our .NET splash screen, and we should get a blank screen. So let's walk through how we got to this blank screen. Well, the first thing that I want to talk about here is that we have some views that we're going to do some modifications on, and we're going to spend a lot of time in the main view. That's going to be where we display our list of monkeys. Now, every startup of the application starts with an app, and our application here has a resource dictionary that we're going to get and talk about in a future video, or part of this video in the future, I should say. But there's a bunch of default stylings that I've added here, which are quite nice. In the code behind, we have this little constructor, and this initialized component is going to make sure that that XAML of those resources are compiled. And then we have our app shell as the main page. And the shell itself, which I have a whole video on, is a container, if you will, for our app that allows us to structure the application in different ways, such as flyout navigation or top and bottom. And if we open that up, we're going to see here that we also have some styles for our shell, but we're going to have one piece of shell content here. And specifically, what we see is that this shell content, we have different properties, like is the navigation bar visible, for example. And I said that the true, which is the default, but I wanted to show that off. And also the title is monkeys, the route here, which we'll talk about in navigation, or you can think of it as a URI route, is main page. And then the content template is this main page. Now, the reason that that is important is because this is sort of lazily loading this page. So it launches the app, launches this up, and then it creates this data template and lazily loads this view when that page needs to be shown, which is cool. Now I can add additional pieces of shell content. I can add things into like a tab and tab bar, for example. And there is a flyout item and a menu flyout and a subsystem. So there's all sorts of great things here that you can add. But by default, you get whatever your main page is, which is this blank page. There's nothing in it. Okay, there's nothing here. So let's put something in it, which would be quite nice. So we're just going to start to spec out some things. So what we're going to do is add some items inside of here. So what I could do, for example, is I could put like a button, and I could say text equals click me. And here, if I just hit save, that is going to put a huge button on the screen that says click me. So that's quite nice. I'm using XAML hot reload. There's also C# hot reload. And this all happens when I hit save there. I can also, do another one, big click me, click me, click me, right? And I can say font size equals 100 and make it ginormous, right? That's probably too big. So let's make it 50. There we go. Now, a content page can have one item. So if I was to try to put another button here, Visual Studio is going to be upset with me. So what we would need to do is wrap this thing in a, let's say, vertical stack layout, for example. And what that would give me is two buttons right here. And we could, of course, add some spacing, let's say 20. There we go. And we could add some padding of 20 as well. And now we have our buttons that are inside of this vertical stack layout. There's also a horizontal stack layout, which does things horizontally, as you can see, but now it's off the screen. So that's not good at all. We don't want that. So we have our vertical stack layout. Now, there's all sorts of different controls that we can put into our .NET MAUI application: images, buttons, labels, list views, collection views, carousel views, canvas. There's all sorts of things. And there's third-party components. There's all sorts of great stuff. So here's what we're going to start with. We're actually going to delete this vertical stack layout, and we want to display that list of monkeys, if you remember. And we're going to do that in a collection view. Now, there is a list view and a collection view. I have a whole video on my channel about the differences. Collection view is sort of the evolution, if you will, of the list view, and it has a lot of nice options there. So it's blank again. Oh my goodness, it's blank, and we have nothing in it. So what we want to do is we want to fill it with some monkeys, which would be quite nice. So we can do that. So what we're going to do is bring in and reference this monkey model that we created. And all these are public, so we can access them here. So what we can do in our main page is say CollectionView dot. And I'm going to make this also a little bit bigger just so we have it really big. There we go. Perfect. CollectionView dot. And I'm going to say item source. All right. Now, an item source is a list or an observable collection or an array of items. And this is one of my favorite features, that we can actually fill this collection view with an array. So we have all these namespaces up here, and we can add our own custom namespace. So by default, this X is sort of this high-level XAML namespace, and dotnet maui is there by default, which is why I have collection view, and you can see this is the default one. But I can create my own XML namespace, and here we're going to name that model. And I'm just going to type in model here, and we're going to find our specific namespace that we want to bring in. And the IntelliSense is really nice because it finds the namespace, it sets all the things for us automatically. So here's what we're going to do is, normally we wouldn't do this, but since we're just building a screen and we're not actually, we're not actually building a full application that is going to do data binding or anything like that until later in the video, in the workshop, what we're going to do is we're going to actually create a thing called an array right inside of our list view, or collection view item source. So I'm going to create an X array, and you can do X string, XInt32, all these things. I'm going to give it an X type. So what type of array is it? Well, it is going to be specifically of my monkey model. That's pretty cool. Check that out. Now what I can do is I can actually create the monkey right here. So I can say baboon. I can go in and say model name. Let's do this one of a capuchin monkey. Awesome. And let's do another model of name. And we'll do a red shanked Duke, one of my favorite monkeys of all time. I'm just going to hit save there. And look at this. We have kind of, if you will, 3 monkeys. All right. So what has happened here is we have monkeys in our collection view, and automatically what is happening is the collection view is calling toString on those items. So what that means is that the toString is just the monkeyfinder.model.monkey. If I was to come in and override the toString method on monkey and just say name, location, details, or something, it would output it there. But we want to do something different. Let's say we actually have these monkeys here. Let's go ahead and give it a template to use. So we can define what each cell looks like inside of our application. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, collection view, let me set your item template. All right. And that item template is going to define specifically what each of those monkey items looks like. And every item template, its base type that we have to give it is something called a data template. And a data template enables it to do data binding. It lets it take basically look at the data type and be templated. And you can have multiple data types. So if you had monkeys and you had cats and you had dogs, you could actually define multiple data templates too. Now, one thing I'm going to do to help with IntelliSense and also compiled bindings is give this thing a data type. Now, what this is saying is, hey, data template, I'm going to tell you what type of data is inside of this data template. And specifically, that will be our monkey, right? So that's going to be our monkey there. That's going to help with IntelliSense. It's also going to enable compile time binding. So if we typo something, like if we didn't spell name correct and we missed A when we're doing this data template, it would automatically give us an error when we try to compile. But here's what we're going to do is we're going to do a horizontal stack layout here. And I'm just going to put one thing inside of it. I'm going to put a label and I'm going to say text binding to name. So we see the name property show up there, and it also has the details, the location, the longitude, all this stuff. So I'm just going to say name, and that all shows up because we've gone ahead and put in that monkey right there, which is really cool. And then we can see we have baboon, capuchin, redshank, duke, langur, which is really cool. So we can spice this up a little bit too. So I could put a little padding here of 10, for example. That's going to give it a little bit more spacing. We could also, make this a little bit bigger, right? So I could say font size equals 20. There we go. Maybe 24, for example. There we go. And those are going to scale based on your user's accessibility settings as well, which is cool. All right. Well, we actually have monkeys in a list, but we have more data, right, that we have besides just these monkeys here. So what we actually have, and what I can do is copy and paste the models that are in that README into our XAML here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste those in. And all this does is give me not only the name, but it's also going to give me the image, the location, and we could add the other properties as well if we wanted to there too. But now what this is going to enable me to do is, come in and I could do not only the name, I could also do the location, for example. And now we have a location in here. And I could give something like a spacing of 10, for example, and maybe make this 10. So now we see, baboon, Africa and Asia, Central and South America. We kind of get the picture here is that we have our monkeys. We also have this here. We could change this to, a vertical stack layout, for example. And now we have our baboon and then we have our monkeys there, which is quite nice. So that's looking pretty okay. Maybe I'd make this a little bit bigger there and maybe make this a little bit smaller now that we're stacking it this way. But hey, we got our monkeys, which is quite nice. That's cool. And I like that a lot. So we have this right here and we're totally good to go. Well, we also want to add those images, right? So let's add that image in there. Now we have the monkey data, which is right here, but we need to put, that image to the left of the names. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to wrap this vertical stack layout in a horizontal stack layout. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and put that here. There we go. So if you think about it, I'm going to have a horizontal. So we'll have an image and then this stack layout to the side, which is stacking those items. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in an image. I'm going to give it a source, a binding here to image. I'm going to also give it a height request of 100, a width request of 100, and then an aspect fill. There's a bunch of different aspects, including fill, fit. So there might be some spacing, in that 100 based on the aspect. Center, which means put in the center, and then fill, which is just like fill it in general. But I like aspect fill because that keeps the correct dimensions for me there. And there we go. We have our monkeys, which is pretty rad. And of course I could do something like put in some padding of 10, for example. And now we have our monkeys right here, side by side, our text. If we wanted to, we could also maybe put in a vertical option of center. I want to kind of scroll here. There's horizontal and vertical options. And what that does is it says, hey, I have this space next to this monkey. How do you want me to fill it? So here I could say start, for example, and it's going to put it at the top. I could go down here and say end, and that's going to put it at the end. There we go. Or I could put it in the center, which is cool. That's nice as well. Now, this is looking actually really, really good. I like this. This is going to enable us to have not only a vertical stack layout here, but also 2 labels inside of it. Now, if I wanted to, I could also set up a single label that binds to multiple properties. So if I actually wanted this to be, more of a horizontal stack layout here, and I wanted this to, all these things to be centered along the lines, I could do 2 labels, but it'd be more beneficial to do a single label. So this is where multi-bindings come in that are really cool. So I'm going to say label. All right. And I'm going to actually do open close, which enables me to access other properties here. So I'm going to say actually label.text. All right. And inside of here, instead of doing a single binding, I'm going to do something called a multi binding. There we go. And I'm going to give this thing a string format. So this actually is going to bind to multiple strings. And here it has a sort of a special syntax, but it's going to say put 0 here. I'm going to do a pipe and then 1, sort of like normal string formatting that you would do with C#. And then what I'm going to do now is do 2 bindings. And the first one, I'm going to say path to name, and then a binding here to path of location. Perfect. I'm going to hit save. And now what we see is that we have our baboon and our information here about where they're located. So that's quite nice. And if I wanted to, I could, of course, say vertical options center. That's going to center it there. Now we are seeing that this is looking pretty close, right? And there's no spacing between these two. So I might want to put a spacing of 10. So it's kind of up to you. How do you want to create your UI, right? Do you want this to be that horizontal stack layout? Do you want it to be just one item and do multiple bindings? I wanted to show both of these off because every application is different. And you may think, oh, I have 2 labels side by side. I need to stack those. Well, no, if they're going to be the same, like we see here, and they're going to be the same size, you could actually use this multi-binding, and that's going to cut down dramatically on the number of controls that you have inside of your application. Now I'm just going to go ahead and back this all out. Let's back it all out here. I actually prefer this horizontal stack layout just in general. Maybe not that one, or the vertical stack layout. There we go. That one looks really good. So I really like that. And see how cool that was, that I could back that out immediately. Now I also want to show that, we have this padding inside of this stack layout. We could additionally get rid of that if we wanted to here and add, let's say, spacing of 10, hit save. If I put in 30, you're going to see this move over. So you have the option of how you want to kind of lay this out based on how many controls you have in a stack layout. Now there is also just a normal stack layout. If you're coming from Xamarin Forms, you're like, oh, why do these horizontal and vertical stack layouts? Those are new, fully optimized stack layouts specific to one operation, which is horizontal or vertical. So you definitely want to use those if that's the case. But I also want to point out what's really cool, right, is that I basically came in and I just ran the application in debug. And with XAML hot reload here, I just wrote code, hit save, and it updated automatically. So that's really, really productive here inside of Visual Studio 2022 when writing these applications. I built an entire UI, things like that. Now, I will say you can also add more things in here, right? So if I was to add here, like say Duke 2, we have another Duke. If we did Duke 3, it's going to add a key on some things. We're going to add those there. So we keep adding Dukes here. There we go. And I'm going to add one more so I can show you what's really cool about this too, is that built in to the collection view is automatically this scroll view. So I didn't need to wrap my collection view into a scroll view because it already is aware that content is going to scroll inside of this here. So if I was to come in and say, height request of 150, I guess 15 would be small, say 100, there we go. We could see that I'm scrolling through those monkeys there. It's very aware of its height inside of this collection view. We're going to fill it up, of course, and scroll through there too. Now, the other thing that we can do, of course, is come in and run this exact same application over on Windows. So I'm just going to go ahead here and hit Windows. I'm going to hit debug on my machine. And this is now going to compile up our Windows application. All right. And then what this is going to enable me to do is come in and deploy locally on my machine. So again, we're going to go through this first debug compilation. It's bundling up our assets, and it's going to go from there. The nice thing about Windows too is there's a bunch of other things that you have, such as a profiler and memory usage. You'll see these diagnostic tools pop up inside of here. That's pretty cool, which I like. So let's go ahead and get this booted up. Now I'm on a wide screen, so you're actually going to see it open pretty wide. Here's our same exact application, right? If I go ahead and make this smaller, we can see I can scroll around. We have all of our monkeys right here in our application. And sure enough, if I came in and I was to add, another baboon here, there we go, baboon 2, hit save. Sure enough, we have baboon 2. Another feature that's really nifty, especially on your widescreen or on multiple monitors, is something that's called XAML Live Preview. So I'm just going to pin this here. I'm actually going to get rid of my Solution Explorer, and I can come in and say, oh, you know what? Let me just make this the full screen of it, right? Here's our monkeys. So it's a preview, so I can't interact with it. However, what I can do is I can come in and like add, yet another monkey in here, hit save, and we see it updates in real time. It's a live visualization of my application. It also gives me things like grid lines that I can add inside of here, which is really cool. I can also hover. Look at this. I can hover over the elements and it'll directly navigate to that item. That's so cool, right? Look at that. That's really cool. If you don't want to have the live preview open, you can actually come over to a live visual tree. This is really neat. And this is going to show you all of the different items inside of your application. So this is showing me everything inside the collection view, jumps around to the collection view, and you can easily get in and out of the different items, which is really cool. I mean, that's one of my favorite features is productivity built right into Visual Studio 2022. It's going to give you all that stuff right away, which I absolutely love. So cool. I get all that stuff immediately, super productive, being able to deploy. And there you go. We just built our very first application, putting some monkeys on the screen. And what I want to show you here too is that the startup and how this happened was this sort of startup here. This startup is this builder. You're going to see this in every file, new project. And what I did is actually register the first page as a singleton. You don't have to do this, but you're going to see why I do as we go through this workshop, which is really neat. But we just built an entire thing, an entire application right here by coming in and putting in all this data into a list, speccing it out, all with ever having to hit stop. We're just debugging our application and we're super productive there. All right, now that we've built our very first application, all using XAML and some hard-coded data, the next part that we want to investigate is MVVM and data binding. This is a core part of building native cross-platform applications with .NET MAUI. And if you've come from a WPF or Xamarin Forms or Avalonia or Uno background or any of the different XAML platforms, you're going to feel right at home. But there's a bunch of new libraries that really streamline this process that we're going to take a look at today. But if you are just getting started and don't know anything about MVVM or Model View View Model, I'm going to walk you through all of the basics before we jump into the code. So let's go ahead and check it out. So the first thing that I want to talk about is MVVM, or Model View View Model. And this is an architecture pattern to sort of separate your concerns of your code. So if we think about it, we just created a view, and this is how we want to display our information. Our view could be C# with our views that we've created, or inside of XAML. Now, this is usually just a bunch of controls and layouts. And ideally, it doesn't really know about where the data is coming from. It doesn't care if the data is coming from a database. It doesn't care actually what the database is at all, or the data types. It just wants to display data in a specific way. Now that is our view, but the view model, you can think of it as the code behind for our view. And this is telling the page what to display. The view knows how to display data, but it doesn't necessarily know what to display. So the view model is going to control the flow of interaction. It is going to do two-way back and forth updates of what to display, and when things change, notify the view that things need to be updated. The view will also notify the view model when events happen. For example, when a button is clicked. Now, our view model also ideally probably doesn't know where the data is coming from. It just knows what to display. And that's where our model comes in. And you can think of this as our business objects, our data logic, our main types. Now, sometimes developers may call a RESTful service call or a database directly from the view model, but more specifically, they'll probably be using some sort of service like a database service or a web service. And in our application, we're going to create a monkey service, and that monkey service is going to get the data or the model, if you will, and return it to our view model. And this is nice because now our model can be tested, our view model can be tested, and our view is just sitting there ready to display that beautiful, beautiful information. And again, this is just an architecture pattern, just like MVC, Model View Controller, or MVU, Model View Update, are architectural patterns. The real beauty of it is when things all come together, and specifically with an MVVM data binding framework. And that is where dotnet MAUI comes in. Because our view knows how to display information, our view knows what to display, and that is where the data binding process in dotnet MAUI can bind those two things together and automatically notify each other when things update. So there's this glue that really puts things together. Now let's see what this looks like. Now the core of it is something called INotifyPropertyChanged. And this is how we notify our user interface from our view model when things update. Now it is a bunch of code here, and we're going to see the verbose version and also the short version when we go into actually creating the code in our workshop, but I want to show you the full version here. So let's say we have a user view model, and we have this method that we can call called onPropertyChanged. You can tell here that it's taking in a string, which means this is the property that we want to notify the user interface for that something has changed. Now, dotnet MAUI is going to be linking into that event, that property changed event handler, to make sure that when something is triggered, it knows to go update the UI. So here, for example, we could create a property called first name, and whenever we change it, we could call onPropertyChanged and pass in first name as a string. We could also use the name of property, which would enable us to pass in first string, the actual first name property, and that would figure it out automatically. Now, this is the more verbose way of doing it. And like I said, I'm going to show you a way of doing it in just one line of code. But just know that when we set the value of first name, when it changes, if we're typing into a box or we're setting in our code behind, it will notify the UI that something has changed and updated. We can also set this data binding in our C# code behind. So if we want to, we can automatically set the binding here of the text property to first name. Or we can set it more verbosely directly to the user view model. So instead of using a hard-coded string, we can go ahead and reference the view model and the first name property itself. But more likely, if you're coming and using XAML like we are in this workshop, we will use this binding syntax. This enables us to do all sorts of fancy things, such as converters and string formatting, or just do normal data binding like we say here. So binding first name enables that label to be aware that there is a property inside of the binding context, which is our view model with the property of first name. Now these bindings are all compiled up, so they're super optimized, and it'll know to go look for that property and update it. Now there are a few different methods and modes that you can put different data binding in. By default, dotnet MAUI will pick the right thing, but you can always manually set it. So there's usually one way, two way, one way to binding, and in general, like I said, you normally don't need to set this because dotnet MAUI is doing it all for you. But of course, read the documentation on XAML and data binding to learn a lot more. But this is a good example where here, entry, we, the user, may be typing it into a box, but also we might be setting that property from our code behind. So we want two-way. Our view can update our view model, and our view model can update our view. So here, for example, on our entry, when the user enters their first name, it will update our code behind automatically. Whereas our label, it's just displaying information. It can't be updated except for the code behind. So that is a one-way data binding. Now, like I said, it also handles user events, such as clicked, item selected, and a whole bunch more. Now over here, for example, when a button is clicked, you can go ahead and register for that clicked event, just like I talked about earlier with the entry. But the downside here is that you have to write a bunch of this code, and you must handle this in the code behind of the page, not in the view model. You don't want your view model to gaining access specifically to the user controls and from the view. You want it to be abstracted through MVVM. And that again is where MVVM can come in, specifically with something called ICommand. And ICommand is a commanding interface. It's an abstraction of what happens when different events are triggered, such as a click event. So what's nice about this is that you can implement ICommand inside of your application, or use the one that's built in from .NET MAUI, and you can create a command, which enables you to create and set a method that will be called when it's executed. So when the button is called, it will check, can it be executed? And then it will execute it. You can also then pass in parameters, which is great. Often this is null because you're not really passing in anything, but if you wanted to, you could pass it all sorts of different information or information from another control. Now let's first talk about ICommand because it has 3 required members that we must implement. First thing is can execute. This is going to determine whether it should be able to be executed or not, and by default it is true. But what's also nice is that some controls like buttons can automatically be enabled or disabled. Of course, execute, that is going to actually be what is called whenever the event occurs, and can execute returns true. And then there is this event handler, and this can automatically be triggered by your view model, that it can be raised to notify the user interface to reevaluate can execute to enable or disable the UI in response to that. Now, .NET MAUI has commands built in, so you don't need to actually worry about implementing that interface because it's already there. So if you have buttons, text cells, menus, things like that, you're going to see a command and a command parameter that you can do data binding to. And here's what that would look like. Let's say that there was an ICommand in our code called give bonus. It needs to be public, of course, because every property that is doing data binding must be public. And then it has a get. Now over here, our button is going to do a binding instead of registering that event to that give bonus command. Now, many times I like to name my things do the thing command, right? Give bonus command, upload command, download command. To me, that's what I just like to call it because the method is usually what I'm going to call, which would be, upload, for example. So this is really nice because you have that ICommand. You can also set these command parameters like I mentioned earlier. So if you want to, you can automatically pass different data into it. And this is nice if you have a bunch of buttons on the screen. Sometimes I have it so I pass it like the URL of a page that I want to open, and you can go ahead and do that too, which is really cool. And normally those are just strings that you would pass in, but you can also do data binding there to other objects on the page or other properties. So let's look at a full example here. Here's a good one where I have my employee view model and I have an ICommand of give bonus. And for example, here, I'm creating that new command and passing it 2 different methods to execute. The first one is onGiveBonus, and that is going to be what is called whenever things are valid. And then also onCanGiveBonus, and that is a return true or false if you can give the bonus. So this is what a normal implementation would look like. And again, this is of type T, so you can pass it data as well. Now, one of the other things about .NET MAUI is it has compiled bindings. I've talked about this earlier. This enables compile times checks and other optimizations. So on every single content page, or if you're inside of a list of objects and items, you would set this thing called a data type. And pretty much what you're doing is you're giving a hint to the compiler to say, I'm going to be doing data binding to this object type. Here, I could just say X data type, and I'm going to set it to the view model employee view model. And that view model is the namespace. And we go through the workshop here, we'll see how to create those namespaces and how to do this data type and why it's so important. Because it's important because if I mistype something, it will tell me an error. So that's actually kind of nice. And we'll see that in real time. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get started with now knowing some of the MVVM data basics in this application so we can start actually creating a list of monkeys and populating that inside of our user interface instead of hard coding that data. So let's go ahead and take a look. All right, this is probably my favorite section of the entire workshop. I mean, all right, all of them are pretty much my favorite section, but this one is really cool because I do love MVVM and data binding when it works directly with XAML. I just really enjoy it. It's very reminiscent of if you're coming from Razor, for example, and you're doing different Razor bindings, but there's some magical stuff that can happen in XAML. So not too far away, but a little bit different syntactical sugar. So let's go ahead and now actually change this monkey application. So we pulled data from the internet and then actually put this directly into the collection view. All right, so we have our monkey application, which is what I showed earlier. We have a bunch of monkeys here. We can see the live visual trees coming up. If you have this, of course, you're gonna want to go ahead and stop debugging because we're gonna start writing a bunch of C# code directly into our view models. And that's sort of the first part, is this view model, this code behind, and this is sort of an abstraction here. Now, if we zoom in over here, we can see that I have 3 view models. We have this monkeys view model, which sort of aligns with our main page here. I guess I could have called this monkeys page or main view model here, but the default main page with the .NET MAUI app is called main page, so I just named it that. We also have a monkey details view model. You can see both of these are inheriting from this thing called a base view model. And it's also a partial class, so things can work together nicely, which we'll see here in a bit. And then we have this base view model, which is empty, actually. It's just a generic class. And I just created these here. So again, you don't have to create every single class as you're going through the workshop. But notice that pretty much a view model aligns with a page and another view model aligns with another page. Now, the reason we like to name these things here is it's easier to align. You can, of course, like do view model first location, or you can do page first location. It's kind of up to you however you want to inflate the different pages. But you can put them directly into this specific project, or if you want to do unit testing or something else, you could take those view models and put them into a separate class library as well. So you could really abstract that away fully. But for me, I just like to put everything in one class here, one project. It makes it easier. Now we're going to use this base view model as the base. So when I mean base, what I mean is that everything else will inherit from this. So we can add some common properties that every single view model can have. So everything has a title, or maybe like an is busy property or is not busy, which is quite nice. So we're going to get going here, and we're going to first implement the base of everything that everything has to do with MVVM, which is an interface called INotifyPropertyChanged. Now I'm going to show you the classic tried and true way of doing MVVM. Then I'm going to show you how to do fancy modern MVVM, in my opinion. But I want to show you how this thing actually works behind the hood. So what we have here is an INotifyPropertyChanged, and I'm going to go ahead and implement this interface. So here we can see that we get this property change event, and this specifically is the event that .NET MAUI is registering and signing up for. This is a way of saying, hey, I've changed some code in my code behind, and I'm doing some data binding to the user interface. .NET MAUI, please go update my user interface for me. That's really what we want to have come across. Now what we're going to do is create a method here that any of our view models could call to raise this event, because we need to be able to raise and tell .NET MAUI when things are happening. So I'm going to create a public void of onPropertyChanged, and we need to pass it a string of name. Now inside of here, Visual Studio just going ahead and writing all my code for me, which is fantastic. But this is what it looks like. It specifically is this property changed, which is this event right here. It's doing this question mark dot, and what that's doing is a null check. And what that is saying is anybody subscribed currently to this event? And if so, then invoke it. It's going to pass itself, whatever the view model is, and then it's going to give it this new property changed event args that's going to pass in the specific name of the property. All right. So let's say we have some common properties that we want to use this new onPropertyChanged with. So let's say we have a bool called is busy and a string called title. All right. So this is something I have in almost every single one of my applications, which what is the title in the top bar? And then also is busy I use to show like activity indicators or little spinners, for example. So what we can do now is notice that these are private. So these are the things that I'm going to reference in my code behind over here. And we're going to expose a public property, and we're always going to use that public property, but this is sort of our backing field. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a public bool is busy here. And I'm going to do a get. I'm going to use fancier syntax for returning is busy. And then what I'm going to do is a set. And Visual Studio wants to just return it, but I'm not going to let it. What we're going to do here is we're going to first say is busy, the code behind backing, equal to the value. So if it's the same value already, so if we're setting true and we're setting again to true, don't do anything because it's already set to the same value. Else, go ahead and assign it. So we're just going to go ahead and assign it to is busy, the value, and then we're going to say on property changed. And now we can pass in the name of the property. So is busy specifically. Now that's one way of doing it here. And then again, if we walk through this, we're always returning and modifying the backing field. So this private Boolean. The reason we make this public is because the .NET MAUI, when it's doing that data binding specifically to the user interface and making that connection to the view model, it needs to be public. It needs to be accessible by the user interface itself. And additionally, that public is what the IntelliSense will pick up because it needs to be public. It needs to be able to see that as it's inspecting the different metadata. So when we get it, it's always going to return as busy. Just always return that. But when we set it, check to see if it's the same value, and if so, return. Else set it, so it was true, now it's false, and then notify the user interface that that has changed. So any of our controls, specifically that were data bound to is busy, will get notified that that thing has changed. Now notice that I did put a hard-coded string here. There's two ways that we can actually update and get around this. The first one is coming in and using the name of. This is nice. This is one of my favorite features. You'll see me use this a lot. But name of is exactly the same as that hard-coded string. Name of says, give me the string version of this property or of this method or whatever it is. And this is really, really nice. So this is cool because now if I rename this and I say is not busy, see how it updates both of them there? We're not going to do that though. We're just going to make it is busy. So that is one of the nicest things. But it would also be nice if I didn't have to pass this at all. So we can do that. There's actually a compiler optimizer setting here that I can append onto this here on the on property change, which is called caller member name. And this is a runtime compiler service. And here all we need to do is add that on and then assign it to a default, which is null here. So that's quite nice. And what that enables us to do is continue to pass in the string or not. So if we don't pass in anything and we just call it, the compiler is going to essentially look up at compile time, not at runtime, and say, hey, what they're actually meaning here is that they're not passing in anything. So get the caller member name out, which is busy. Pretty cool. All right. Now we can do the same thing for title down here too. So if I said public string title, there we go. Get the title, and we'll do a set here, and we'll do the same thing. We'll say if title equals value, return, else title equals value, and then on property change. So that's quite nice. Now this is quite a little bit of code for every single property, but this is how you would kind of implement it at its raw level. There's a lot of different helper libraries out there. I have one called MVVM helpers. There's MVVM Lite, there's Prism, there's MVVM. There's all these different MVVM, some are frameworks and some are helpers that can give you some simplified methods. But there's easy ways of making this smaller, which we're going to see here in a few minutes. Cool. All right. So far what we have is busy and title. But one thing that I like to do in all my applications is I also like to have an is not busy. So many people like to have converters in their application, which means, hey, take this value and convert it to something else. It's one of the very powerful features of XAML. You could take like a monkey and convert it into, I don't know, some ordered list, or you could say, take this object and then give me the first, letter of the name, for example. Or you could convert a true to a false, or lowercase to capitalize. And these are really powerful. And there's tons inside of the dotnet MAUI community toolkit, which I'll put a link to have these implemented. I'm not going to cover them in this, but I also like to not use converters if I don't have to, in my personal opinion. So imagine we wanted to have an is not busy. Well, what would we have to do there? Is like, we could implement a whole is not busy. We'd keep them in sync, but really it's just the opposite of is busy. So what I could do down here is create a new public bool is not busy. And I'm going to have it return the opposite of is busy. Now, the quirk here is that we need to notify dotnet MAUI whenever is busy changes to also update is not busy. All right. So what we can do down here is raise another onPropertyChanged. This time I'm going to do name of is not busy. All right. So what this enables me to do is very, very easily get up and running by doing MVVM. Now I have a whole video on MVVM 101 and data binding and all this stuff, but this should give you the base here that is happening. Now, if we wanted to now do some data binding, right, to this title, let me show you what that would look like in our code. So for example, I could now come over into this page and I could say, here I could say, title, and I could do a binding here to the word title. And then I could also say, is visible, for example, and do a binding to is not busy, right? So this is how we do data binding based off of those properties. And we're going to see this in action once we start to build out our back end of our application and build this new collection view with data binding in mind. But this binding syntax is what is the glue, right? So this is going to find a property called title. This is going to find one that is called is not busy. And what we've done is aligned the property. So title is a string, is visible as a Boolean. That is how you would put those things together. If is visible was a enum, for example, I would either need to go in and change this to an enum, or if I really wanted to decouple it, I could do that value converter that we were talking about earlier. But let's go ahead and back out these changes because we don't need to do that. There. Perfect. Now that is specifically the core of MVVM. It is INotifyPropertyChanged, and it is the ability to get and set properties from our code behind and bind them in our user interface and notify it via these onPropertyChanged events. Now, the cool part is that you could actually delete all this code. So for example, imagine you didn't want to write any of this code at all, okay? You just wanted to, I don't know, make it look like this. That would be pretty nice. Well, if we head over back into these build targets, you can see that I've added this NuGet package called the community toolkit.mvvm. This is part of the .NET community toolkit. And in fact, the community toolkit is a bunch of open source repos on GitHub powered by the community and supported by Microsoft. And there's one for Windows, one for .NET MAUI, one for .NET, which works in any .NET application, WPF, WinUI, .NET MAUI, older Xamarin projects, all that stuff. And then there's a bunch of other ones too. So you definitely want to check those all out. Now, the community toolkit.mvvm has some really awesome automagic source generators. And source generators enable us to add attributes or little indicators to our code and have the source, the code, be generated automatically. So what we can do here is, let's go ahead and comment this out, and we'll add that back later, is instead of, coming in here and inheriting and implementing INotifyPropertyChanged, what we can do actually up top is add that as this attribute. And I want to show you that as I hover over the IntelliSense, it's going to show me that this attribute that I've added comes from the community toolkit.mvvm.component model, which was one of those global usings that I added here. So I don't have to add that, which is pretty awesome. And then it's going to tell me that I need to make this a partial class because source generators are going to generate the code for me automatically through a partial class implementation. So what this means is that if I go now, pull this out into my dependencies, and I go into my analyzers, we're going to see all of the different analyzers and source code generators that are here. There's one for system text JSON, for the MAUI controls, extension loggers, a bunch of stuff. And if I pop this down for the MVVM source generators, you can see all of the different attributes that will source generate code. And here's the INotifyPropertyChanged. And sure enough, check this out. We have the monkey finder view model base view model. So here's a partial class that has been generated for me automatically. Now this is going to look super duper scary, but don't worry. It's not that scary because it's source generated and you don't need to touch this ever. In fact, you shouldn't. It tells you don't edit it. In fact, just don't edit it. You can't edit it because it'll generate over itself. But what this is going to do is give me an implementation of INotifyPropertyChanged for the base view model. And it's going to implement all of that stuff for me. So check this out, an onPropertyChanged. It's going to give me different compiler service options, right? Here's what we had earlier, that same one that we had in earlier. We're also going to have a set property method. That's really cool. It's going to give me the ability to do onPropertyChanged. It's going to automatically do compare equalizers here. If you scroll down, it's just going to generate all of this code for me automatically, all these overrides, all these different implementations of finely tuned and optimized code that I no longer have to write. So if I came in and said public base view model, right, my little constructor, I now would have the onPropertyChanged. I'd have something called set property, which would take in a ref to is bool, and then I could say true, for example, and that would go ahead and set the property and raise the notification for me automatically. So it gives me all of these really, really nice capabilities built right in. Now, the ability to use this, I'm going to leave that there actually, just so we're going to get rid of that, but we'll see what this does. Now, the ability to add the INotifyPropertyChanged here, that's important because if your base view model isn't inheriting from another class, you wouldn't be able to inherit from another class, or you can only inherit from one class. So this INotifyPropertyChanged attribute is a nice thing that just says, hey, go implement this and do all the nice things for me. Now, that's one option. The other option specifically is to use a base class inside of the community toolkit called observable object, right? And this comes from that component model as well. And I'm going to go to the definition, and we're going to see that this is even better than adding that attribute, because inheriting from that base class will just automatically implement INotifyPropertyChanged. And additionally, another one that I don't use very often, but can be important for certain applications, is INotifyPropertyChanging. So this is actually really neat because now we have all the same methods, and it will automatically enable us to go off and use all of these interfaces here. And it just gives us all this boilerplate code automatic. So that is really, really neat that it, one, gives you these default implementations for your observable object. And there's a lot more in the community toolkit. And I'll show links down below, don't worry. But it also can do source generation for our properties, because you're probably saying, James, wow, you keep talking about this stuff, but how are we going to get our public properties back? Well, we're going to add an attribute called observable property. There's observable object and observable property. And there's this whole validation and observable recipient as well, but I'm just going to do that. Cool. And I'm going to add one over here as well, observable property. And now I'm going to add back my is busy. And I want you to, or is not busy. And I want you to notice that this is no longer red squiggly at all. That's pretty cool, because if we come back over into our toolkit, we can note that there is this observable property generator. And sure enough, there is now a monkey finder view model, base view model. All right. And what this has done is automatically generated those properties for me, and they're super optimized with caching of the property changed events. And again, you will never modify this code. It does all of these global things just for optimizations and making sure it works everywhere, but it's amazing. And look at this. It's going to go in, and when it sets is busy, it's going to call on property changing, set the value, and on property changed as long as the equality compare is valid. Same thing for title here, which is super cool. Now, on top of that, we're able to do other things too, because we need to not only trigger that property changed event for is busy, but also for is not busy, right? So what we need to do now is come in and say, also notify can change for, right? I'm going to say name of is not busy. Boom. Now, the main difference is the generated code has been updated here. It's still open. It's just regenerating itself. I'm not compiling. I'm not even doing anything. I don't have to save. It just does it. But notice here that after I specifically call is busy, we get a property change for both is busy and is not busy, which is pretty awesome. So it automatically handles that for us without having to worry about it at all 100%. Now, this library can not only handle simple properties, but it's also going to do commands as well. And one thing that's kind of crazy is actually, if I scroll up here, you can see that it's really well documented right here. So you can actually see the optimizations automatically that it's giving you, and it tells you exactly what to do. It's kind of ridiculous and awesome at the same time. But that's it. We've now reduced all of our source code to a single page that we can see, and it's the same implementation. So here, if I do this dot, notice that I have a lowercase title, which you can see, and that title as well. So that was generated, and that's what we would do the data binding to, is that title that we have. And that's nice. So now, in just literally a few lines of code, we've created properties, we've created inverses of the is busy, and we're ready to do some data binding there, which is oh so cool. And that right there is some base of MVVM that we're going to put into our application, all right? Now that we have our base view model up, we're going to start to implement some things into our monkeys view model. So this is what is going to be doing data binding specifically to that user interface. So what that means is that we're going to need to have some sort of way of getting monkeys from the internet. And you could put that code directly into this view model. But whenever I'm doing database access or file access or web service calls, I like to have something called a service. And I'm going to have a monkey service here. Now, this monkey service is going to implement any of the methods that I need for my application to go and get monkeys from the internet. Now, you can make this an interface as well. So if you want to inject things and do a bunch of stuff, you can also have an iMonkey service, so you can totally do that. For this, what we're going to do is actually just create one method called public async task. And what we're going to do is return a list of monkey here. And we're going to say get monkeys. There we go. And return something right at this point. So let's return, well, maybe not. I guess we return null for now, right? So we have this monkey. So our view model, instead of calling to make a web request, we'll just go ahead and do it here, okay? So here's what we're going to do is instead of, returning null, I'm just going to create a list here of monkey. Looks pretty good. And I'm going to say equals new. There we go. And we're going to use some fancier syntax. We can just do that. That's cool. And we'll just return this monkey list. Perfect. So now we have a monkey list, kind of a backing field. We're just going to do sort of an in-memory cache here for our monkey list. And then we're going to go and now figure out how to implement that HTTP request. So for HTTP, what we're going to do is use the built-in HTTP client. And this is built into .NET. And what happens is when you run this on iOS, Android, Mac, it'll use the underlying systems to make those RESTful service calls, which is quite nice. So all of your TLS and SSL and all that stuff will work. And what we're going to do is we're just going to create a constructor here for our monkey service. And we're going to create a new HTTP client, right? So here we just need one. We're going to reuse it. That way it can do caching and do all this stuff. It's all built in. You don't need to worry about disposing of it, doing anything like that, because the HTTP client is super optimized for mobile. All right. Now, the next thing that we want to do is use this RESTful service, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to come in. I'm going to say if monkey list dot count is greater than 0, I'm going to return the monkey list. All right, so this is going to be my lightweight data cache. And so if I jam on the button, say get monkeys, get monkeys, get monkeys, get monkeys, what I'm going to do is just return the same list of monkeys every time if it has more than 0. But if it doesn't, let's go ahead and call off and get monkeys from the internet. So if you remember, we have a monkey service on the internet. So if I go over into the repo here, we remember that over on the display data part of the workshop, I told you that there was this monkeys JSON file here, right? So if I go ahead and copy that link and I open that up, right, here's this monkey data that came in. So what we want to do is use that. So I'm going to say var URL equals my website. There we go. So montemagno.com, which is my blog. You can totally check it out. And it's going to be the monkeys.json. Now, I'm not actually hosting that on my website. So if you were to go in specifically, again, you can see up here that I'm hosting that file on GitHub. So it just redirects it, which is quite nice. Okay, so we have our URL. And now what we're going to do is we're going to use the HTTP client to get a response. And look at this. It just automatically gets it. Now we're going to wait on that response. So it's asynchronous. It's going to go back on a background task. It's going to go pull that data. So it's not going to lock up our UI at all. And we're going to get that asynchronously. Now I want to note here that while Visual Studio just filled in everything for me because it's so smart, we can do gets, we can do puts, we can do posts. We can do all that some asynchronously RESTful service calls, right? So that's all built in. So if you need to call your ASP.NET Core Web API or another web API, you can do that. You can also get something called get string async. And this is what I usually have done in the past. But in this instance, we are actually going to use the new JSON deserializer part of .NET. And what that is going to do is actually be a helper method on our response. So our response is going to get this generic get. So it's going to get stuff. And it's going to have information. It's going to have content that is being returned and also a status code. So I'm going to say if response dot is successful status code, then that means we got it. We hit the internet and we can now read that data. So this is really neat. This is like super duper cool. So I'm going to say monkey list equals. I'm going to await the response dot content. Now the content here is from that get from the internet, and that's going to have our string data, our JSON data in there. But I've added specifically into here the system text JSON, which is part of .NET, and that has an extension method called read from JSON async. Okay. And this is going to specifically use the system.net HTTP JSON. We can say, hey, I want a list of monkey back here. All right. So we add this little using statement up top here, system.net HTTP JSON. And here, this is going to read it from the JSON, and it's going to automatically deserialize that string and bring it back as a list of monkeys, which is very, very cool. So that automatically comes in there. And of course, the IntelliSense picks that up, which is oh so cool. Now, I do want to mention here, for some reason you're doing this and you have maybe a VPN on, or maybe you have some work requirements where you can't run this HTTP GET, or you're having some emulator issues. I do want to note that inside of the specific module that you're going through on GitHub, I've added a little helper here to read the monkey data from a JSON file that's embedded inside the application. So if you take a look inside of those resources raw, I've put that monkey data.json here too, and that's going to be embedded into the application at runtime. And what I'm doing here is I'm using .NET MAUI. It has this file system helper, and the file system helper is specific to .NET MAUI apps to read and write things from the application layers like iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows. If you just want to write to the file system, you can do system.io, just normal reads and writes all day. But this is going to open up a package file because we've embedded that package. It's going to read it with a stream reader and then deserialize it with the built-in system text JSON deserializer. So if for some reason you can't get access to the internet wherever you're at, although you're streaming this video, but maybe again you have a weird VPN issue, you can just put this in there, and that's quite nice. So that's cool. All right. So now what we want to do is we have our method set up, right? It's not very a lot of code. It's just our getMonkey service. And here we're going to go ahead and make that RESTful call is success status code and go get it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to head back over to our monkeys view model, which is empty. Okay. Now this is inheriting from base view model. So we have all that MVVM goodness in here. Now, in fact, if I did public monkeys view model, we can see this dot title dot is busy. Those properties are there, which is quite nice. In fact, we could set that. We could set title equals monkey finder, for example, and now we have monkey finder there. Now we're going to call into that service, but we need to give the collection view some sort of data type to do data binding to for that list of monkeys. Now here I've added just an array because I'm hard coding the data, but ideally what you would use is some sort of list, or ideally on top of that, something called an observable collection. Now an observable collection is an observable collection. It's an observable array or an observable list, and it has built-in notifications when things are added or removed. So if I come in and say public observable collection of monkeys, look at that, so cool. We can just do a get here, and then when we new this up, we'll just say new, like that. We're going to create an observable collection of monkeys, and we're just going to create a new one. Now, I don't need to add observable property here, and I don't need to create a lowercase one because I'm never going to raise a property change notification on the observable collection. I'm just going to add and remove items into the observable collection, and it's going to raise the notifications to .NET MAUI. I'm not going to, the observable collection is. But when I set this title, that ideally would, raise that notification up. Okay. Now we're going to use that service. So let's add a using statement up top here. So we're going to do using monkey finder.services. All right. And now what we need to do is get access to that service. And we're going to do that by creating a monkey service. There we go. Cool. I just love it. So good. And we're going to inject that into the view model here. So we're going to talk about dependency injection and automatic dependency resolution. But what we want to have happen is when we create the monkeys view model, we can tell it what it needs to be aware about, right? What does it need to know to get everything that it needs? Its dependencies. What is needed to run this service? So Visual Studio is so smart, filling in what I need. I'm going to pass it a monkey service, and then it's going to set that automatically. And .NET MAUI has a built-in dependency service and injection service that will register this, and we'll talk about that here in a second. All right, so now what we need to do is specifically create a method that will call into that service. So this is going to be an async task of get monkeys async. All right, we have our get monkeys async. That's looking good. And this is how I like to code this up. So the first thing we're going to do is check to see is busy. So am I doing something? Am I already getting some monkeys from the internet? Then just return. So if someone jams on the button, right, there's no need to do it twice. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and do a try, catch, Let's catch an exception. There we go. And then I'm going to do a finally here. There we go. Try catch finally. So try says try to do stuff in here, and then catch enables you to catch if an exception occurs. So imagine you went and tried to make that RESTful service call, but you don't have internet. Well, that's going to throw an exception because you don't have internet. That would go ahead and go into this block, and you could maybe pop up a notification. Finally is a block that always gets called at the end of a successful or a not successful, an unsuccessful, if you will, call in the try block. So after try or after the catch, finally will always get called. So it's a nice way of saying finally, always, no matter what, do this. So the first thing I could do in the try is set is busy to true. And then at the end, I could say is busy equals false. All right. So now we have is busy equals false. And now we know that that's always going to get called no matter what. So now underneath our is busy true, that can notify the UI that maybe to do an activity indicator, we're going to say var monkeys equals, we're going to await on that monkey service and say get monkeys. And just like that, we're going to have our list of monkeys automatically. Now at this point, we can do one of two things. We could create a new observable collection and put these monkeys in, then raise that notification. But I'm just going to add all those monkeys to the list. So the first thing I'll do is I'm going to say if monkeys.count does not equal 0, for some reason, we've already filled the list up. We're just going to do monkeys.clear so that we would get new monkeys into the list. So I kind of like to do this check because why call clear if you don't need to call clear? Now, I don't know what clear is doing under the hood. Maybe it's already doing it, but I like to do that in my code just to be kind of extra sure that I'm not calling clear for no good reason. And then I'm going to say for each var monkey in monkeys, let's add them to the observable collection here. There we go. Now, be aware though that the observable collection here, I'm going to go through this tight loop and I'm going to add all these monkeys to this observable collection. And every single time it's going to raise an event. So if you have thousands of items, you may not want to do this. You might actually want to create a new list or a new observable collection and raise that event, or look into some helper libraries that have things like observable range collections that will do batch adding as well. For example, my MVVM helpers library, which I'll link to up here, I have a whole video on it that has some nice helper things in there as well. Now, I think in .NET 7, they're looking at adding a few methods here. So be tuned. If you're tuning into this after .NET 7 or .NET 8, there might be some new methods on here, right? Instead of just add and insert, there might be an add range, for example. So that'd be kind of cool. All right. Now what we're going to do is handle this exception. So if something does go wrong, we want to probably figure out what's going on. So we can use debug, which would output something into debug for us automatically. And we're just going to write line and let's just put the exception there. That's good enough for me. But we might want to notify our user. So I can come in and say await, and you can either say shell.current, or you could say app.current.mainPage to access the main page. I prefer shell in case we have multiple windows. I'm going to say shell.current.display. Now I have the ability to display, let me pull this up a little bit, an action sheet, an alert, or a prompt to do some data entry. Now, some people may not like what I'm doing here, and I totally get it, which is I'm putting, I'm accessing my UI directly into my view model. So you might want to have an interface, for example, that would do these things for you, inject that in, totally handle. This is a workshop, so I'm not going to do that extra stuff there, but if you really want to abstract it, go for it. I'm going to display alert, and I'll say error here. We're going to give it a message. We'll say, unable to get monkeys, and then you should not do this, but let's output the message of the error and then say, okay. There we go. So it'll pop up an alert, a native alert dialog for us, and we'll get our monkeys. And that's it. Then we're good to go. So we're now notifying our users. You could also do string translations there with resx files, all that stuff. Check out the documentation. I'm not going to handle that in the workshop, but it'll be there. Okay. Now, one thing that you may have noticed is that this is private. So how am I going to call get monkeys from our user interface, right? How am I going to maybe click on a button or do pull to refresh and call this get monkeys async? Because what we want to do, of course, is get those monkeys from the service, make sure we have it, add it in there, as long as, we don't have anything here, or handle an exception accordingly. Well, like we said earlier during the presentation part, there's a thing called a command. So what I could do up here is I could create a public command, okay, of get monkeys command here. And I could do a get. And this command is coming from dotnet MAUI. All right, so if I peek in here, we can see that dotnet MAUI has an implementation of ICommand. Additionally, not only does ICommand have it, my MVVM helpers has it, and also the Toolkit has one too. But let me show you how you would normally do this. So here, what I would do is I would say get monkeys command, and I would pass in, I would create a new command. And here, this is asynchronous, so this only takes actions. So if I had a void of do stuff, for example, I could pass in do stuff here, right? I could do that. But since this is asynchronous, I'm going to have to do a little magic here, which is asynchronously call the get monkeys async here. Cool. And that's how I would create a new command. Now on this command, I could invoke, I can do can execute changed. I can pass in all these different things automatically. But yes, you guessed it, the toolkit is going to handle this for us, so we can throw this all away, get out of here. We don't want none of that. Because what we want to do is turn this method into a command. So what I can do is come in and say ICommand. And this ICommand, you guessed it, is coming from the MVVM toolkit in the input namespace, which means, check this out. If I come over here and I go into my dependencies and I come back into my source generators, we're going to see ICommand, and sure enough, get monkeys async is created for me. And look at this, we can see that I have an async or relay command. That ideally is what is coming from the community toolkit. And that is going to give us everything we need, this new get monkeys command. It's chopped off async. It knows to, if you add async or you don't add async, it's smart enough to figure that out. And it's going to create this new thing for us automatically, which is really cool. Again, that's available in all .NET apps, which is awesome. So what's amazing here is I can now say get monkeys command, and I can do the same thing. I can do can be canceled. I can cancel the command. I can do can execute changed for. I can execute it asynchronously. I could get the execution task. I can, there's tons of, is it running? This is amazing. This is new. It's so cool. There's all the different changes and all this stuff. It's so good. So it gives you all that stuff automatically. And additionally, if you did have just a void of do stuff here, right? Just like that. And I put an ICommand on that. And we go back into that code that was generated. Here, let me go ahead and, it's going to be in this one. Just generated it on the fly. We can see that this one is now do stuff command, and it's an iRelay command. It's smart enough to know if it's asynchronous or not, which is so cool. I just love it. So good. All right, we're not going to do stuff. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now we have all that magic stuff happening. We have our view model, right? Everything is like looking pretty spectacular. I love this. Like, look at this. It's very minimal code. All the code to do the business logic and the RESTful service calls are in our service. It's over there being happy. And our view model is just getting code and saying, hey, just display this stuff. It's getting in the monkeys, and in the code is saying, just do a data binding to this monkeys list. So now what we want to do before we build the user interface is do some linking together of the view model, the monkey service, and the page itself. So here's what we're going to do is we're going to register those dependencies, okay? And we're specifically going to do that, if we go ahead and drop this down, into our MAUI program. If you remember in the first part, I said that I was registering the main page. And I'm registering the main page with the built-in dependency service, the iService collection, because shell itself and the navigation service and the inflation service and the creation service will not only be able to create the page, but if you register that page with the dependency service, it will automatically know to grab that page from it and all of its dependencies. So what I could do here is I could say builder.services.add singleton, and you can add not only a singleton, but you can add a transient as well. A singleton says create this once and just keep it around for me and return that same instance. A transient will create another one every time you call to get a new one. And here we're going to only ever have one main page, so only ever create one in the singleton. Totally up to you. I'm going to do add singleton, and I'm going to do a monkey service here. Monkey service, just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in my namespace. And then I'm going to say builder.services.add singleton again of our monkeys view model. All right. And again, up here, we have our different views and our services that are brought in automatically with our using statements. And now we've registered those together, right? So our page will use our view model, which will use our service. It doesn't actually matter what order you put these in because it doesn't matter until after, but I sort of like to put my services and then my view models and my pages. That's just me. I don't know. It just kind of makes it easier. And I don't know. That's just how I like to do it. Now, the last thing we need to do is kind of link together this page and this view model. So what I'm going to do is on the main page, I'm going to do a drop down here for the main page XAML CS. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, page, in your constructor, you're going to use a monkeys view model. I'm just going to say view model. And I'm going to set something called the binding context. And the binding context is similar if you had done a data context on like WPF or UWP or something like that, but it's just a different name for it. It's the same thing. It says this is the context for this page. And because I've registered the page, I've registered the view model and the service, everything will trickle down. So if I add a breakpoint here, let's go ahead and start to debug this up, see if it compiles. That'll be good. I go into my monkeys view model, I add a breakpoint here, and then we take a look. What we should get is that our main page gets our view model and our view model gets our service. So here are applications up. Here we go. Boom. View model. We have our service. There it is. Amazing. There's no monkeys in the list. Boom. We get a view model automatically for us. Now we could create one there, but we're not going to because it's just right here automatically. And boom, we have our application ready to go. Amazing. And now what we can do is start to build our user interface. And that's sort of the next part here. So let's go ahead and start to do that. So I'm going to come in, and the first thing I want to do is associate this view with the view model. So I'm going to say XMLNS view model, very similar to what we did earlier. Here I'm going to say, here's our namespace for view model. And just like we assigned, if we remember the collection view data type for the item, I'm going to say, hey, the data type for this page is my view model .monkeys view model. It then allows me to do things like set a binding of the title here. Okay, that's pretty nice. And now notice that when I save that, the title, it automatically updated it to Monkey Finder, just like that. It automatically knew to go ahead and do that. So that's really cool, right? We've associated it here. So we're going to get some IntelliSense here. And then also we're going to now be able to update this, which is really cool. So, all right, things are looking okay. What we're going to do now that we have our data type and our view model, what we're going to do is we're going to change this collection view to read from that view model. We're going to make a RESTful service call to do that. Now, how we're going to do that is that we are going to use all of those different properties and those commands to create a list view, a collection view, and underneath it, a button that we can press that will invoke that command, right? Get that monkeys from the internet and then put them into the list automatically. And that's going to be all done through MVVM, data binding, and the collection view. And whenever we add those monkeys into the list, it's going to tell the collection view, go add these monkeys. And we're also going to create a nice, beautiful cell over there so those monkeys look good. But what we've done so far is added all the source code, right? Now we're just on the user interface and making it look pretty. So let's go ahead and now make that data binding stuff a reality. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is clear out our page. We want to get rid of any of that stuff in the collection view. We're going to put a new one in there. So we can get rid of these monkeys. Goodbye, monkeys. We're just going to collapse that down, control that out and delete it. And now we're back at a blank slate. Now we are going to go ahead and create a page that looks a little bit like this. I'm going to bring this over. We're going to have a collection view up top with these nice little cards over here with a search button and a find closest. And these is basically going to be 2 rows and 2 columns. So I have this collection view in the first row and then 2 columns with this search and find closest. That's what we're going to build. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is figure out how are we going to get those things into a grid of columns and rows. Well, I'm glad you asked because we actually have a grid layout which has columns and rows. So we're going to do these column definitions, and I'll explain what this means. But you can think of it as you can define them in ratios or automatically say size this column or row to however big the controls are. And the syntax specifically is either auto, a number, or this star syntax. And I'm going to do star star here. And star star is the de facto of sort of fill the rest of the space or as much of space as possible to a ratio. So this star star would mean use 50%, 50% because they're equally weighted. If I added another star, this would be 33, 33, 33.333, you know, indefinitely, right? But I could also do star star auto, and this would say make basically the second. So this is index 0. So you have 0, 1, 2 here. So make that last column as big as it needs to be, and then equally divide the first 2 parts up there. Now we're going to have 2 columns because we're going to have 2 buttons at the bottom. And what we're then going to do is put a little bit of column spacing in between them. So let's put in 5 there. So it's going to give a little bit of space between the columns. Now we're going to do row definitions as well. And the first one is that collection view up top. So I'm going to put a star. And I'm going to say auto. Now we don't need to define a row spacing at all because the default is 0. So it's up to you if you want to see it in the code, put it there. You can do it, right? You can say row spacing 0, but that is the default, so you'd be good to go. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to put in a collection view, and we're also going to put in a button. But let me show you what that would look like. So we're going to have a collection view and a button on the bottom left. So let me do a collection view here, and I'm going to do a background color of pink, just so you can kind of get a good representation here. So I'm just going to close it open and close that up. And notice that the collection view is filling this in first 50% of the content page because we've assigned it by default to 0, 0. So everything is index 0, 0, base 0, 0. So since the collection view is going to be at 0, 0, I don't need to set where it needs to be, but I do need to set it for how many columns it needs to span. So if I come in to this and I say grid dot, you can think of this as sort of an extension property off of it. So it knows that, hey, I'm inside of a grid. I can assign the column or the row or the span. So I can say column span 2 and hit save. And now notice that it fills both of them. Now this is pretty cool. And what we might be noticing is that it is filling the entire page. And you're saying, well, James, you have 2 rows. Well, I do have 2 rows, but notice here that I've assigned that to auto. If I was to assign this to 100, we can see that now this moves up 100, right? Since we assigned it to auto though, here, it's going to, until something's in there, right? It's not going to do anything. So for example, if we came down here and we put in a button, button, I said text get monkeys, and we go ahead and close that off, we can hit save. Now notice this get monkeys is filling the whole thing, right? That's crazy.
but I could assign that to be in the first columns, in column 0, the first one, and it's the default, so I don't need to do anything there, but I could then say grid dot row 1, right? And that's going to move it to the bottom left, which is pretty cool. And I could even give it a little bit of spacing here if I wanted to. So I could say margin 8, for example, and that's going to move it and say, push me away 8 density pixels away from everything. And that's quite nice. So I can actually give it a little bit of breathing room. There's padding, which is inside of it. So if I added a padding here to the grid and I said padding equals 10, you can see that everything moves in because it's inside the layout. Whereas the margin is get away from me, right? Get away, basically. So we don't want any padding there because we have the collection view, but we do want that button to have a little bit of room to breathe. All right, let's focus on this collection view here. And what I'm going to do now is we can set this like transparent background, so we don't need that there, or you could just leave it off. But I'm going to say items source, and remember previous module we hard coded that data. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say binding to monkeys. There's our monkeys. That's our list of items. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say selection mode. There's selected item, selection changed. There's commands. That's kind of cool. Selection changed command. You could do a data binding specifically whenever an item is selected or unselected. We're going to use tap events, and we're going to get to that later, and I'll tell you why. But here I'm just going to say none, but you could do multiple or single. You're kind of in control there, which is nice. All right, we have our collection view. It's still blank is what you're saying, James. You're right. It is still blank. That is correct. So let's go ahead and make this monkey do something. We don't have any monkeys because it's empty. But let's go ahead and give the monkey something to look at, right? So when we call it to get the monkey. So I'm going to say CollectionView.item template. There we go. Item template. Boop. And of course, we're going to fill this again with a data template. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to say data template, and this is going to be another type of model of monkey. So just like we did before, nothing crazy there. Now, if you remember, we're going to have that nice little card view. And actually in our app XAML, I've defined a few styles here automatically for us. So we can see I have a card view, a frame, and this button outline as well. We'll kind of get to those in a little bit, but we're going to put some of these in there and use these styles. And then later we're going to tweak them and fine tune them. So I'm going to go ahead and say, we'll make the entirety of this one big grid. I'm going to give that a padding of 10 because we don't want that frame to kind of fill the entirety of it. We want it to be a little bit inset. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little frame here. I do a padding of 0 inside of it. Oh, sorry, a height request of let's say 125, and then go ahead and open that up. Now, again, I don't have any items, so it's kind of hard to visualize here. But let's just go ahead and put some stuff in it. So I'm going to put let's just put an image in here, maybe just for good measure. I don't know. Or let's just put like a label in here, right? So let's do label a text property of binding to name. All right, so we're going to come back and fix this up, but let's get some data to visualize because it's not quite fun looking at this blank screen. So let's actually go ahead and implement this button. All right, so let's go ahead and put this button in here, and then we're going to go fix this up a little bit as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have our get monkeys. That's cool. Bring this up top a little bit. And now what we could do is we could do some other data binding. So we'll say command. So whenever I tap on it, let's do a binding to get monkeys command. There we go. And that's coming from this get monkeys async, and we marked it with the ICommand there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say is enabled. I'm going to do a binding here to is not busy. The reason I'm doing that is because if it's busy, then I don't want it to be enabled. But if it is not busy, which it currently is, not busy, it's not doing anything, then just leave it alone. Now what we could do is we could put in like a little activity indicator maybe in the center of the screen when things are loading too, whenever we tap that. So we can do that. We'll put in an activity indicator, kind of like a progress bar. And this is cool. I can say is visible right? So kind of like is enabled. I can say binding to is busy. And then I can do is running a binding to is busy. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the center. I'm going to say, or fill it, horizontally, and vertically. Let's go ahead and put that in the center. And now this is kind of cool. I'm going to kind of overlay this control on top of everything. So I'm going to say grid.rowSpan2 and grid.columnSpan2 as well. Now there is also a z-index that you could assign things as well. And I'm not super duper familiar with the z-index. That's a new thing in .NET MAUI, but it's here. But let's go ahead and click on that button. And look at that, boom. We just got some stuff coming in. And just like that, we got some monkeys coming in. Look at that, boom. We got baboon, we got capuchin monkey. That's pretty cool, right? So we actually have some data coming in. And when I tap it, it comes in right away, which is really, really cool. So now we can start working on this data. All right, so we got our frame in here. That's looking pretty cool. But let's actually do something a little bit, I don't know, a little bit nicer, right? So we have a frame. Let's then put in maybe a grid inside this, because we kind of want to have that look and feel like we had earlier, which was an image on the left and then two things on the right. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted that code, but let's go ahead and put this in. So we're going to put a image in here, and we'll say aspect. Let's go ahead and delete this here. Aspect fill. I'm going to say source binding to an image. And let's do width request 125, height request of 125, just because we don't know what the image is going to be. There we go. Oh, I guess I'm just putting that inside there, so it's right in the middle, but okay, let's put this in a grid. So okay, we're gonna do grid again. All right. And we're gonna do a padding of 0. Let's do a column definition of 125 and star. Perfect. Now we can put that monkey in there, and now our monkeys are over here, but they're a little cut off because this frame has a bunch of padding. So let's go ahead and do padding of 0. There we go. Now our monkeys are looking a little bit better inside of this collection view, which is rad. All right. Now, the other thing we'll do here is we're going to put a little a vertical stack layout. We're going to say grid.column span or column 1. All right. We're going to give it a little bit of padding, maybe of 10. Let's do, I don't know why this jumps back over all the time. We'll put this vertical option center, and then let's put in some labels. Okay, so we're going to do a label. I'll say text. Let's do that binding to name again. There we go. And then another label and text binding to the location, just like we had earlier. And sure enough, we're going to get our info in there. Now we also have some predefined styles here for labels. So some preset medium label, small label, micro label. So we can use those and we can spice this up a little bit. So I could say, for example, let's go ahead and minimize this down a little bit. We don't need that. Let's put this over here since that's going to work a little bit better. We can do a style, and we can say static resource of, let's say, large label. And then we'll do another one of medium label. Hit save there. Now, sometimes these styles, they're not going to work with hot reload of how they're looking up. So we're going to have to reload the application here. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not positive, again, because hot reload can kind of get into that state where it's maybe hasn't indexed those. So that could be something that's happening there. So we don't see those update here. But why don't we go ahead and add the other styles that we've defined. So for example, on our frame, we actually have a style of the static resource of frame or card view. And then on this button down here, we're also going to use a style, and we're going to say static resource of our button outline. So not showing up there, but I'm just going to hit this little refresh button, and that's going to kind of stop everything, reboot it, deploy it. But what I want to show you is that these styles that we're going to get to in a future episode are just defining different values over there. So here I've just set the background color, border color, height, radius, things like that. So that way you don't have to repeat them over and over and over again, which is quite nice. So here's our get monkeys. So that is nicely themed. We have a nice little spinner and boom, we have our beautiful monkeys in our list, and they have different stylings on them that are coming in just like that, which is pretty cool. It looks pretty good. The card view and the frame, not bad, right? Looks pretty good. So there we have it. That's our very first part of actually building this app with MVVM, right? Reminder here, let's rewind really quick of what we did. As we went in, we created a base view model. We have our is busy, our is not busy, our title properties. We then went ahead and created a monkey service, which went off to the internet. It went off and pulled down that data. If I click on this button, let's go ahead and refresh it one more time since it'll be fresh. It's going to go off to the internet, pull down that data with our HTTP client and put it into the list, which is pretty rad. So let's go ahead and pull that up, get monkeys, boom, right? So we have this response. It's a power here. We have this nice little thing coming down. We have our base, we have our content, we have a whole header thing that's coming in. We have a bunch of stuff coming in. And sure enough, if I add a breakpoint here, we get our list of monkeys. Here's all of our monkeys, right? Bop, 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 which is really cool. And all of our monkeys, and they're coming back into our list right here, this collection view, all stylized. And that's happening because our view model is now being data bound to our main page. And we can see the data binding here. We're setting the type for IntelliSense and also compiled bindings, which mean they're going to be more efficient. And then we've stylized our collection view right here with a grid. So we have a little padding here. We have a frame. Inside that is a grid that's going to have a first column and then a column that fills the rest of it. An image, which is our image of monkey. And then a vertical stack layout here that's going to go and stack our monkey information here, which is really nice. And those labels actually wrap around, which is quite cool. And then down below, we have our button and of course our activity indicator that is going to go ahead and do it. And there we go. Just like that, we have our first application using MVVM and data binding. All right, so far we've created our first .NET MAUI application. We've gone off into the internet and we've pulled down monkey data and we've displayed that information inside of a collection view, all with MVVM and data binding. Now the next part up is a thing that every single application needs to do, which is do navigation from multiple pages, page A to page B, and then to page C, and back and forth. Now you want your applications to not only be able to navigate, but also present those in different ways, with or without animations, and modally or not. And that is where .NET MAUI's navigation services come in. It enables you to do simple navigation to different pages or pass information, including simple data types and complex data objects as well. Now, specifically, there are two different types of navigation services with .NET MAUI. There's a traditional one that's based on navigation pages. We're totally going to talk about that today. That enables you to push and pop pages onto a stack. But there's also one built into Shell, which is a URI-based navigation system, which is very similar to how the internet works or ASP.NET Core works. For example, there are URLs or routes, if you will, that represent this route goes to this page. And you can go ahead and say, go to this page or this page, then this page, and it'll automatically push things on and off the stack for you. It enables you to easily navigate forward and back and go to different pages. So let's take a look at Shell and then also talk a little bit about that older traditional navigation style. Now, I love Shell because there's a bunch of different ways of doing our application, including flyout or tabs on both top and on bottom. And even if you have a single page like we do in this application, we're still going to use Shell because it's going to give our application that way of doing all of the navigation and unified styling. I've talked a little bit about Shell that has flyout items, but it also has tabs as well. So here are different tabs that we can see on the bottom, and they're very similar and very easy to modify our application one way or the other. There's also tabs that you can do on the top. We like to call this tab sandwiches, if you will, because you have tabs on top, tabs on bottom. And what's great about this is that it's very, very easy, and it also delay loads those pages until they're navigated to. Now, Shell, like I said, has specific navigation service built in. So for example, let's say we start on our city list page or even our monkey page, and we want to go to our detail page. This is very, very common in every application. Well, what we would do is say shell.current, go to async, and go to detail. Now that detail is a string that we define and that we register as the route for this page. And we're going to see how to do that in the workshop. Now what's great though is that it's very easy to navigate backwards too from that detail page over to our list page. We can use ... This is really cool. ... enables us to go up one layer. I could do ... to go up 2 pages if I wanted to. Very similar to using the command line interface when navigating around the file system. Now, like I also said though, you may want to pass some different data to a page. So for example, you might want to pass the identifier of that city that the user tapped on. Here, very similar to how URLs work on the internet, you can use query parameters and pass information. These are usually strings, but they could be things like integers that you pass around from page to page. So here, this is going to navigate to the detail page and then pass information either to the page or to the view model, which is really cool. It knows how to automatically cascade those across. Now, how we do that is we set a query property. So for example, here, we're going to say the query property is ID, which is what we saw in the URL, but it is going to map to a property in our view model or on our page called city ID. Here, this will automatically set the city ID property for us when the page is created right after the onAppearing is called. You can also pass full objects to the pages too. For example, if you had a city object like Cleveland, where I'm from, you can pass that in a dictionary. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it with another query property identifier of city. I'm going to pass that city across. You kind of have a bucket of objects that you can pass across. And again, what this is going to look like is exactly the same. Here I have a query property and I have a city, which is going to be our route that we've identified and also the property to set automatically. And that is how we pass complex data objects around with .NET MAUI with shell. Now, inside of .NET MAUI, I talked about and said a second ago that there's this onAppearing property that happens. Every page has a bunch of different lifecycle events. So there is a traditional onAppearing, onDisappearing that happens. This can happen when your application goes to the background or to the foreground. So they're important lifecycle events. There's also navigation events too. So you can see when you are navigated to, when it's being navigated from, or when it's been navigated from fully. So you can link into these specific events if you need to do some things in the code behind. Now you can also use something like the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit and do something called event to command, which would enable you to do data binding. I have a whole video that I'll definitely link here as well, all about commands or events to commands, which are very cool. But just know, just like window, the pages themselves have a lot of awareness of what's happening with the operating system. Now let's talk about non-shell navigation. Now this may happen if you're way down the stack or you're actually moving from an existing Xamarin Forms application, or for some reason you really don't like shell. There is the concept of having a navigation page. And every navigation page has pages inside of it and its own hierarchical UI stack. Now, when you use a navigation page, every page has a service called iNavigation. So iNavigation has ways of pushing and popping pages. You can push a page and give it a brand new page. You would create that page in the code behind, so as a new detail page, and I'd pass a data that way directly through the constructor. I can also do things like pop pages too. I can also push modals and pop modals, and it's just a different method that you would call on navigation. Comparatively, if you were doing this in shell, you would just set the property on the page for the presentation style, if you want it to be modal or not. So instead of having to call a different method, shell has one method that you call, which is go to async. So what this looks like with push and pop async is that you would push pages across from page 1 to page 2. And of course, you can pop async, which means you would go back, unlike shell where you would use ... There's also advanced navigation, so you can actually edit the stack if you wanted to. You can remove pages, insert pages, and you actually have access to the full navigation stack. You can disable animations too if you want to. So for example, let's say I wanted to push this page across. I wanted to go to page 3 and then page 4. What I would be able to do is remove a page by calling remove page and then passing it the page. So when my users go back, they go back to page 2. You would accomplish the same exact thing inside of shell by using that // to navigate back up the stack there. The shell version to me is much more elegant because I don't need to keep a static instance around or somehow figure out what page is in the middle. But that's up to you. Like I said, there's also a way of inserting pages too. So if you wanted to, here inside this application, you could insert a page before, which enables you to get access and say, hey, insert page 3a before page 3, and then it would go ahead and insert it there. So now our navigation goes a little bit different. Again, we could go ahead and handle this by using shell .. page 3a. It'd be a much more elegant solution, but know that you can totally do this with standard traditional navigation. So let's go ahead and do some navigation. Y'all ready? What we're going to do now is we're going to go back into our source code into the next module, and we're going to see how we can tap on a monkey and go to the next page.
All right, you've come a long way. I won't feel bad if you take a break right now, pause the video, come back in a little bit. I did. I took a little bit of break, got some coffee, got reinvigorated, and I'm really excited because this next section is what a lot of applications are going to need, which is navigation. And I'm in love with the shell navigation in .NET MAUI. I know you will be too. I have whole videos here on YouTube as well. There's amazing documentation, and I love it because it is that URI-based navigation. And you can even do modal presentations really easily by simply adding an attribute on your page. We'll take a look at that as well. And also you can do this like back navigation with .. which I'll talk about, and pass parameters back that way. It's super duper cool. Anyways, let's get into it. Let's do it. So far we have our monkey application. I have it running here on both Android and on Windows. And we can see we have all of our monkeys coming in here, which is super cool. Look at our monkeys. Amazing. So now what we want to do is be able to tap on these individual monkeys, right? We want to tap on them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to minimize this here. I'm going to bring up Visual Studio. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go into our monkeys view model. All right. And what we want to do is we want to create another command. And there's many ways of doing this, but the one way of doing it would be adding a command that essentially a tap event could register for onto the individual monkey. You could also just have an event in your code behind if you wanted to in the main page here. You know, a lot of people ask me all the time, James, oh, what if I put some code in here? Like even this binding, is that bad? No, it's fine. I mean, it's just you're connecting your UI together. It's not really anything needs to be testing. That's more functional testing as you use your app. I'm okay with a little bit of code in my code behind, but that's me. Every single person is different. I totally understand it, but that's me. Whatever, you got to get a job done. You got to do it. But I'm going to show you how to do a command over here. And it's a little bit more complex binding system, but we're going to take a look at it. So here we have this, get monkeys async command. So we're going to do another async task of go to details async. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to plop an I command on top of this because this is going to be an I command. There we go. And this will give us go to details async. And the one thing that we're going to do here is we're also going to pass in a monkey as a parameter. So let's do that. And that's going to change the sort of life cycle of this command, which means that it can take in null by default, which is what this is doing. There actually is a parameter that's passed in. ICommand needs it for the execute, but it's normally null if you don't give it a parameter. But since we're giving a monkey, we're going to pass in the monkey that we tap on. So what we can do first is we say if monkey is null. I guess here you would also say is null. And if it is null, let's say return. I always forget to use the is null. It's way better than equals null. So very cool. And then if it is not null, then let's go ahead and do some navigation. So here's what we're going to do is we're going to say await, and we're going to say shell.current, and we're going to say go to async. Now this is the main API here, and we're going to give it a route, and we need to register that route, and we're going to make that connection.
Now you can pass in any route here. So this would be my route. If I wanted it to be monkey details, for example, that's the URI. That's the main URI that I'm going to be passing in here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this little $sign and do some string interpolation of name of, and we're going to use the details page. All right. Now, if I just do that, it's going to navigate to the details page and not do anything else. And that's it. And I like to use this name of, because I said earlier, I like to do this kind of page navigation. I'm navigating to this page. Some people like to do view model first navigation. So you could do name of your view model and then register and connect your view model and your page together. It's a string. It's whatever you want it to be, right? Now, the other thing, though, is that you can pass it those parameters. So if, for example, I had an ID of monkey.name, for example, I could pass that ID over. So I could say ID equals and pass that across. And that's a pretty good practice if you already have a database in place or a caching layer. You don't want to pass full objects around, or you have a lot of things, a really huge stack, or you might not even have that monkey, right? Like what if you launched this URI from the internet, right, through deep linking? You're not going to have that monkey. So you probably want to also accept some sort of ID query that's in there. Now, a lot of people love passing parameters. So we're going to show that off. So we're going to go to this details page. I'm going to animate it. And then we can also pass it in a new dictionary of string object. And that's basically a key value store that we're going to pass along as we navigate. So we can give it a key of monkey, just like that. And then we can give it the monkey. All right, there we go. So this is going to be our query identifier here, just like I had that ID property here, and you can combine both of those together. But I'm going to put monkey and then pass the monkey across. And that's it. That's pretty much how you do shell navigation. Now, again, a lot of people like, James, oh my goodness, what are you doing? You are referencing your shell here. Well, you could also, create an interface here and then register your shell. You could do the whole thing. Totally fine, right? It's whatever, it's your application, it's whatever you want to do. Totally acceptable here. I mean, if you're unit testing this method, what are you unit testing really, that you called this method? So that's, that's up to you. It's up to you. I'm not gonna get deep into it, but it's up to you. Do whatever you want. I'm all about it. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to call this method, right? So we know that our route name is going to be this details page. We're going to need to pass in a monkey here, and we're going to do that inside of our main page. So in my main page over here, there's a few ways of doing that. Now I put selection mode as none because I don't like the background selection. Then I have to deselect, I have to do this other stuff. But for example, you could come in and you could say selection changed command and then command parameter. And you could, you could bind immediately to that, go to details command here. And the same thing, you could do selection change parameter. And then you would need to figure out what monkey you were passing in though. And that's a little bit tricky. Like, you'd have to figure out the selected item of this thing. So that is a conundrum. I wouldn't really do it that way, but it's possible per se. You could also do like a selected item, and then you could bind that to a monkey and do some different things. There's a few different ways of doing it. But what I like to do is say, well, what is my user going to tap? And the reason I like to do this is because what if I want to add swipe to delete in here that might pick up a selection mode on the cell when I'm swiping. But if I'm really intentional with, like, I have to tap on something or click on something, then that is what is going to enable just that tap event to occur. So we're going to make it so that that frame, this frame right here, this monkey frame, needs to be tapped on, and then we can navigate to it. And we can do that via gesture recognizers. So what I'm going to do is up here is I'm going to say frame.gesture recognizers. And this is really cool. There are a bunch of gesture recognizers. Look, I just typed in gesture. Let me zoom in here. There's child gesture recognizer, click gesture recognizer, drag, drop, pan, pinch, swipe, tap. I'm going to use tap. I guess you could use click as well. I'm going to use tap. That's a new one, but tap is cool because it also lets you set the number of taps required. So if you wanted to be like, you need to tap on this 10 times to go to the monkey, you need to do that. Okay. So we need a tap, and we want to, we could set the tapped event, and we could set that in the code behind. But the nice thing about these gesture recognizers that there are commands and command parameters. So the command parameter is easy. That is just a binding to dot, because bind to myself. I am the monkey, right? So I'm binding to myself. Now the more complex one is actually the command itself. And you're probably thinking like, well, just obviously, James, bind to the go to details command. Easy. That's probably what you're thinking, right? No, that's not exactly how it is, because this monkey doesn't have the go to details. The monkey's view model does. So what we're going to use is a special type of syntax here. And we're going to set the source. Now, the source itself is telling it what to bind to. So here the source is this monkey, because if I had name in here, then the source would be still the monkey, and the dot is the core source. So we're going to change the source, and we're going to use something that is called a relative source. And specifically here, there are a few different things. There's a mode, an ancestor type, and an ancestor level. And this relative source basically looks up the binding context to say, hey, go find something of a specific type. So we're going to say, well, the type that we're looking for, I'm going to keep scrolling over, it's quite long, so bear with me, is an X type of view model, monkey view model of monkey view model. Not sure why the IntelliSense isn't coming up there, but it should be there. All right. So we have that, and then now what we're going to do is we're going to say path. So on that source, what is the path? Well, that path is the go to details command. Okay, so let's walk through it again. So the source, don't use the dot, don't use the monkey, but look up the binding chain, okay, for something that is a monkey's view model. So go find that. And then what you're going to do is look for a specific command or property that is called go to details command. This is really, really nice. It's advanced, but we're learning here of how we can go ahead and do this, which is really, really cool. And then of course we're going to close it off. Whew. That's a long one. That's a long tap gesture recognizer there, but it's there. So again, we're walking up the stack, finding it there. And, I have to do this quite often. And whenever you're dealing with these lists, you might have a swipe view, for example, where you're swiping to delete, and that delete command is on the view model. So you need to go up that stack, right? Okay, cool. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to pass this monkey over to our specific page. All right. Now, there's a few ways of doing this. You could go on to the details page over here, right? And you could come in and then do a, you can put the, something called a query property on the page. And that query property would be that identifier. So here it takes in a name and an ID. So it'd be, the name is the name of the property to bind to. And then monkey would be it there. So that would be what it would be. And I'd have to create a public monkey of monkey, for example. And then now when I navigate across, it's going to know to automatically bind up that monkey based on this name and this specific query identifier. And then that's this monkey here. So they all align, right? They're all strings, knows how to resolve them. Now we're not going to put it on the actual page though, because dotnet MAUI is smart enough to know that if your details page or the page you're navigating to has a binding context set, it may also want to take query parameters, so it'll automatically cascade. So let's go ahead and put in the monkey details view model here. I'm just going to say view model, and then say binding context equal to the view model. Perfect. Now what we're going to do is go into the monkey's details view model, and we're going to go ahead and add that query property there. And then what we can do is we can come in and say, let's give this a public monkey details view model, just a little constructor. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in a monkey of monkey and give that an observable property. Perfect. So now when I say this dot monkey, I have my monkey because the community toolkit has automatically generated that backing field of the public getter and setter based on that. All right. So now we have this. We're all set. We have our monkey over here. It's doing cool stuff. And the final thing we need to do is register the route. Like we set the URI that we wanted to go to of this details page, but we didn't register it with the system. Now, if I go into the app shell and I look at this content page, we can see that this main page is registered. The route is main page, right? So if you're adding tabs and you're doing a bunch of other things, all of your shell pieces of content or your tabs would have a route, and they could have deep routes too. So this could be slash, whatever, T, or I don't know, whatever it would be. So you can kind of cascade those down where it's tab and then the page inside the tab, and you would navigate around. So we need to register this. And what we're going to do is go into the code behind of the app shell. So if I go and minimize this down, you can zoom in and see this app shell XAML CS has dropped it down. And we're going to go in and say routing underneath the initialized component .register route. And this is going to need two things. It's going to need a string, which is going to be the route itself. So I'm going to say name of details page. And then I'm going to say the route factory, which it happens to be an option, or you can just pass it the type. I'm not really sure what a route factory is, but I just always pass it the type. So it basically says, hey, go ahead and inflate and create the details page when you navigate to details page, for example, here. So that's pretty cool. And again, that name of, so if we go ahead and look at this equals details page. So if you don't want to reference that details page itself, you can just put in the string. That's totally up to you. All right. Now, the final thing we need to do, because we are using this dependency injection all the way through our pages, is we're going to need to register it over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and now add a builder.services, but this time we're going to add a transient because we're going to want to create a new view model every single time with a new monkey. And we're going to say monkey details view model. And the same thing here, we're going to say builder.services.add transient. We're going to do details page, right? Because we're going to create a new details page every single time we do this. And that makes a lot of sense, right? So we register everything here. We register our routes inside of our app shell. We have our details page, which is injecting in the details view model. And now our details view model over here is pretty minimal. All it's doing is taking and just assigning a monkey to a monkey and setting it up there. And that's it, basically, for all intents. And where this gets initialized, if I was to do override on navigating to or navigated to, this is where we're going to see the monkey be set. It's going to create the page, right? It's not going to be visible yet, but it is going to then create the view model, pass in any dependencies, and then it's going to assign the query parameters. So everything has to be inflated. And then in between the creation and the on appearing and navigated to, it's going to set those things. So it's going to show up immediately on your page and you'll be totally good to go. But yeah, let's go ahead now and just run this. And now we should be able to tap specifically on one of those monkeys, and we should be able to navigate to this new blank page of our application. So that should be pretty cool in general. And again, very, very minimal amount of changes were needed here. So if we review it over here again, we have the transients being all registered up. And you can, of course, create extension methods or something like that there. And then our details page taking in the view model. Let's add that breakpoint there just so we can kind of see it come in real time. And again, we don't need to really do much into our main page because we don't really adjust anything. All right, so let's let this compile up here and then deploy over to our Android emulator. All right, here's our application. So I'm going to go ahead and hit get monkeys. And sure enough, okay, well, we're going to stop those breakpoints that we put in earlier, and there's our monkeys. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a breakpoint here in our monkeys view model so we can actually see this event happen. So I'm going to tap on that monkey. And now we see this monkey is coming in with all the different monkey information, which is pretty cool. And then we're going to navigate across. And notice that we're navigating here. And at this point, our view model, our binding context, has the monkey set automatically, okay? So it's already navigated to, but it's already there. So it's being navigated to. We have our binding context here. And if I continue on, and we're just going to wait here, our data context, our binding context of that monkey has been set. So what this means is if we go in to our details page, let me open that up just like this, we could start doing some data binding, right? So I could come in, I could say label, and I could say text, and do a binding here to monkey.name, put that in there and hit save. And we see baboon, right? I could say font size, maybe 25, make it bigger. And you can see it there, right? I could now come in and I could say title, and I could say the same thing, binding, monkey.name, hit save there. Like I said, baboon pops up right on top of there because it's been passed and the binding has been set automatically, and we're totally good to go. Now we want to get rid of these little dots here. So we're going to go ahead and use our X data type. So we're going to set a namespace of view model, just like we had before. Type in view model. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come in and say X : data type of view model. And this is our monkey details view model this time. And now our little dots go away and we're totally good to go. And we should get nice IntelliSense here. There we go, which is cool. So there's our name. And if I wanted to do .details, put that in there. And now we get our details coming in from our label, which is pretty cool. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to turn this specifically into something like this. Okay, so we have like baboon details and we have other things here going on. So we want to kind of put this like nice little type of application together and look very similar-esque of that. So here's what we're going to do is we're going to now build out our content page. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put everything inside of a scroll view. And we want to do that because maybe that detail is like really, really big. We want to be able to scroll up and down. Where before we had a collection view, so that was handling the scroll for us. And then we're going to stack a bunch of stuff on top of it. We're going to have this like nice grid on top. And then what we're going to do below is put in some detailed information about the monkey. So I'm going to put in a vertical stack layout here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put in a grid. And just kind of bear with me here, but we're going to put in a grid here. And the first is going to have some columns. It's going to have 3 columns here, auto, and then star. So kind of I'm going to put something in the middle and then space it in the middle. And then we're going to do some row definitions. Oops, I don't need a thing there. Row definitions. And the first one will be 160. And the second one will just be auto. Perfect. So we have our grid set up inside of our vertical stack layout. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a background here. If you saw this image up top, what I want to do is I want to kind of create this this yellow background, and then I want to kind of shift the baboon down a little bit, so like it kind of is overlapping, so it's half this color and half this other one. And there's a lot of ways of doing this, but this is at least how I did it for the workshop. So we'll see if it really aligns with what makes sense in the real world. But at least for me, not the like end all be all best, UI designer in the world, but I think I'm all right. So let's do background color, and we're going to assign that to a static resource of primary here. So actually, if we scroll up, we can see I have a few. I have accent, light background, dark background. I'm going to do primary. Then I'm going to do grid.column_span. It's going to be all 3 of them. I'm going to set the height to 160 because that's going to be the row, the first row. And I'm going to say horizontal options, fill and expand. So ideally what we get, and I save that, is, well, we don't get a data binding to our primary there because I guess the static resource and the hot reload didn't connect up. All right, that's fine. But if I guess if I set this to orange, I guess we would see it. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Now we get our orange there. We'll fix that up though. I'm going to put that back and see what that does. It leaves it at least, but we'll put it back for now. All right. And again, that might be already fixed up by the time you see this. I'm kind of recording this video pre-GA. So let's see, you know, there's always tweaks and optimizations there. Okay, so we want to now put that image inside of that sort of box, but halfway down. And we want it to be a circle. But if you remember, our monkeys were squares. So how are we going to do that? Well, what I like to do is I like to put things inside of a frame, and then I like to give things corner radiuses, and then that makes it a circle. So check this out. So this is kind of cool. I'm going to say frame, and I'm going to give this a grid dot row span. So it's going to span multiple rows. I'm going to say grid dot column, put that in the middle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a height request of 160, a width request of 160. So it's perfect. And then I'm going to say corner radius is 80. There we go. And we're going to say horizontal option center, and padding is 0. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say margin. I'm going to shift it down 80 from the top. So that way it sits right in the middle, right? So if it's 160, 160, shift it down 80, boom, you're right in the middle. Perfect. All right. Now the other thing I need to do is I also need to tell it to clip. And essentially on some platforms, you need to say is clip to bounds. And that'll make sure that it clips anything that goes outside these bounds, which is going to be the image. So we're going to set that there. And now what we need to do is actually put the image inside of here. So let's put the image in here. Aspect is going to be aspect fill. Height request 160. Width request 160. And then I'm going to say horizontally center it, vertically center it. It's right in the middle. And then let's set the source to a binding of monkey.image. There we go. Close it off, hit save, and we have our monkey in the middle. Oh my goodness, which is amazing. So there's our monkey. It's a perfect circle and perfectly 80 away from it, right? Which is pretty cool. So I love it. So that's it. So this is this first one here, this first column and row. So it's going to span 3 columns. It's going to span 1 row. And then I set this auto because I don't want the content underneath it to overlap. So I'm kind of incorporating that into it here. So that's pretty cool. So this is a grid, a box view, a frame, an image here, and we're good to go. Now underneath this, what we're going to do is we're going to put in another vertical stack layout. We're going to give this a little bit of padding though of 10 and a little spacing of 10 as well. There we go. What we're going to do is we're going to put in some labels. And we're going to say text, and we're going to say a binding to monkey.details. There we go. Let's do that. And then we're also going to do location, and we're also going to do population. All right, so now we get that in there. Now something else that you can do too is that, like, this is fine that it's just a number, but you can also do like something called a string format, which is nice too. And we saw this earlier, but you can come in and say string format. And I'm going to go ahead and move this down over here just so we can kind of see it. I'm going to say string format, and I'm going to say population. And then here, this takes in standard string formatting. There we go, of just that. I'm going to hit save. And now we see it says population 10,000. I can do the same thing here. So if I wanted to, I could come in, copy this, and then do location, just like that. And now we see it's doing the string format. So that's really, really cool. You can do string formatting. If it was numbers and ints, you could put different decimals or 2-string, things like that. It all works. Now what we're also going to do is we're going to come in and we are going to add some styles here. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to say static resource to our, I don't know, maybe our medium label that we have. That'd be pretty cool. And then let's do the same here. We're going to drop this down, and we're going to drop this down, and we're going to say style. And I don't know, static resource. It could be of a, let's do a small label. You can do micro label. You kind of pick and choose from the different ones that are in here. I'm going to hit save, but again, it's not going to pick it up. So we'll do a reload here to get that going. And let's, while we're at it, do a static resource of our primary again. All right, so kind of getting around that, but now we should be able to hit this little restart button. And what we're going to see here is that as we click around and navigate, it's going to pass a new monkey, create a new page, and we should be totally good to go. And that's going to start debugging again, that little refresh icon there too. So we get our monkeys, we get our spinner, we get our baboon. All right, we got our monkey, go across, boom, we get our baboon. We get this information here. We go back, click on blue monkey, get our blue monkey, go our squirrel, and we have our different sizes and our different shapes here. And of course, you can adjust those sizes and shapes as long as you want them. So boom, amazing. So cool. Look at that. Now, a lot of people ask me, hey, James, what if I want to manually do like a modal? Well, that's actually really easy. What you can do is you can come up onto your page and you can say, shell dot presentation mode, and then you can say animated, moded animated, or not. So when I do that, I need to refresh the application, but when I do that, that will put it into a modal presentation state. So let's refresh that and see. So you're sort of assigning and say this page is presented modally, which is quite nice. And you can do that in code too. So if you're going to do it however you want, you can do that there. So let's reload our monkeys. And then let's tap on one and see how it floated up from the bottom. Boom, right? Now here I have a back button, so I can actually do that, and I can say that's going to go back down. But you know, in general, you might want to add a back button because on iOS there is no back button, right? So you need to handle that. So you need to go backwards. So I'm not going to go ahead and do the modal animated. We're going to just remove that. But let me show you what it would be like to actually navigate backwards. So what I would do is inside of my monkey details view model is I would create another async task of go back async here. And I would make that in ICommand. And then what I would do is I would await on shell.current dot. And then what I would do is I would say go to async, and I would do dot dot. Dot dot is essentially go back. It's very similar if you're navigating around the file system in the command line. You do cd dot dot. You could also do dot dot slash dot dot, and that would go back 2 pages. You could do dot dot, and then I could say details page. I could do go back and then go to a details page. You could go back, and then you could also pass in parameters. So you could say ID equals 1. And that would pass back parameters to the first page. So if you were, for example, doing like a sign up form or an OK, submit, cancel, or wanted to pass stuff back, you'd pass that back over there. That's really cool. And that's how you would navigate backwards. And that's how you would do modals. Other thing I get questions about too is, are these different monkeys being passed as reference types? And I'm pretty sure, yes, they are being passed as reference types. And it's not doing serialization or anything like that. It's just, hey, I have this object. I'm creating that page, assign it when it goes through. I'm 99% sure. And if for some reason I'm not sure, I will put a thing right here or down there that clarifies that. But yeah, just passing objects around in this bucket and you'll totally be good to go, which is rad. All right, we did it. We totally navigated. Let's do it one more time just for funsies. So here's our monkey application. Rad. Over here, we're going to say get monkeys. Tap on a capuchin. Boom, we're totally good to go. Now let's also come over here and let's deploy it over to Windows just for good measure to see that in action. So we have our monkeys. Now this is using our previous state. I didn't redeploy it on Android, so now we have that modal still. So this new one, now that I'm redeploying it here on Windows, shouldn't. So we can see that here. So let's go ahead and get the Windows app loading. I'm on a widescreen, so let's push it down here. Perfect. Hit get monkeys. We get our little spinner. Oh, we got our monkeys, and boom, we're navigating across just like that, which is awesome. We did it. We got our monkeys. We're navigating across. Totally good to go. And boom, we've done some navigation. And that's one of the key things that you're going to be doing inside of your application over and over again. All right, navigation, check, done. But our next step is to integrate some sweet platform integrations into this thing, which I am so excited about because that's what really sets .NET MAUI apart and makes it really special, is being able to access a bunch of native features and cross-platform. So let's head over and let's learn about accessing those native features with .NET MAUI. All right, so far we've now seen how to build our application, display data, and navigate from page A to page B
and so much more. But the next thing that we probably want to do is start to access some native APIs to really make our application set itself apart from the competition. What's great about .NET MAUI and the underlying iOS and Android for .NET systems is that they enable you to access those platform APIs from C#. And specifically, .NET MAUI has a bunch of cross-platform features built right in. So let's go ahead and talk about that and then get into the workshop. So let's talk about accessing those platform features and why they're so important. Well, if we take a look at a normal structure of our application with Apple platforms, Android, and Windows, we have that shared C# backend. We've had that user interface and that view model and our services, but there's other stuff that can be accessed up here, which is oh so important, which is those platform-specific APIs. Those are things such as battery, GPS, lights, notifications, or even some of the platform user interface code that, we just haven't exposed yet inside of .NET MAUI, or maybe there's not a library out there, or maybe you're a library creator. You want to access some really cool new user interface feature in iOS 15, for example. Well, those are all available in C# that you have access to in .NET MAUI. So let's say we wanted to create an API called Speak, and we wanted to use text-to-speech. Well, on all the different platforms, there are ways of doing this. So if we wanted to, we could implement the code and create an interface for calling Speak on the different platforms. So we might do something like this, which is create a public interface called iText-to-speech, create a Speak method that we would call, and then implement it on each platform. So on iOS, we'd use AV Speech Synthesizer, write a bunch of C# code. On Android, we'd use the text-to-speech API, write a bunch of code. And on Windows, we would use the speech synthesizer and again, write a bunch of code. And then at the end of the day, we would use the built-in dependency services to register that text-to-speech right here. So we could register the iOS, Android, and Windows service, call into the dependency service of .NET MAUI, get it back, and then call Speak. We could also use built-in dependency injection in IOC like we did for our view models, and by adding a singleton of iText-to-speech and passing it the text-to-speech implementation. And that's really great because we can then inject it directly into our constructor and call that speech back. But when we're thinking about this, it seems like there's probably a whole bunch of different common APIs that are available, such as, microphones and cameras and preferences and geolocation. And wouldn't it be nice if there was a single common API for all of them for these common different things on the platform? Well, there are. Things like geolocation, device info, display information, preferences, secure storage, connectivity are all available inside of .NET MAUI with cross-platform APIs. Just like we have built our user interface with our user interface cross-platform API, there's a cross-platform API to access these native platform features, which is oh so cool. So for example, if we wanted to get access to the geolocation of the device, we could just use the geolocation class that's built into .NET MAUI. Similar ones for connectivity and preferences and text-to-speech already exist over here. Here we can get the last known location or specifically call and get the current location and give it different settings. We can also use built-in dependency services because every single one of the APIs has an interface and a default implementation. So we can register that and then also inject that into our constructors too. The team has really thought this out, and it's really beautiful to see this all come together. So what we're going to do now inside of our Monkey application is use this geolocation service, and we're also going to use the map service to actually launch maps on Windows and Android and iOS and Mac to actually display our monkeys on a page. So let's hop back over to the workshop and do that now. All right, let's get into it. We're going to do three things specifically inside of this application. The first thing we're going to do is add the ability to check for internet connectivity using the built-in connectivity APIs of .NET MAUI. Then we're also going to try to find the closest monkey to us via geolocation. And we're even going to add a button on the details page to open up the maps application on the different devices. So let's go ahead and start our implementation.
All right, so far we've added our monkeys. We can navigate around, as we can see here, which is pretty cool. And we're kind of like ready to start doing more advanced things in the application. Now, if you remember, we added this get monkeys button that goes off and checks things on the internet. And that while that's good, we probably also want to make sure that they have internet connectivity. So what we're able to do is go into our monkeys view model right here. And we would probably want to check something right about, not here, this is the go to details, right about here, right? Right before we say is busy and we go and get the monkeys, we probably want to check to see if there is internet. Now you can put it there. You could also put it into the get monkeys here as well. So if we wanted to, we could check for internet right before we get it. It's kind of up to you where you want to put it, but I like to put it in the view model, totally up to you. So what we're now going to do is we're going to use the built-in connectivity service built into .NET MAUI. So we're going to create a backing field called IConnectivity. And this is going to live inside of Microsoft MAUI networking. Now there's about 60 or 70 or 80 or a bajillion different APIs. I'll link to the documentation for them, but they're built in. And what these do is add that abstraction on top of the native APIs that are built in to the native platforms for iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows. So while iConnectivity will give us a specific API, know that it is calling the underlying API. So check this out. Visual Studio, way too good. It's going to inject this into our view model, right? So this is why I really like that dependency injection service, or why I enjoy using shell and all that goodness inside of here, is because it enables us to keep adding on for what this view model needs. So now all we need to do is go down here, and I'm going to say if connectivity dot, and here I have access to connection profiles, connectivity changed events, and the network access. I'm going to say if it does not equal network access dot, and we have things such as none, unknown, internet, constrained internet. We're going to say if it doesn't have internet, well, then we'll return out of here. But let's also pop up a display alert. So I'm just going to copy it from down here, shove it in here. And of course, instead of unable to get monkeys, we're going to say check your internet and try again. Then we'll say internet issue. I don't know, probably maybe not as many as exclamation points and needed. You don't need to yell at your users of your app, but we're there. So check it out, literally one line of code to grab that there. Cool. Now what we're going to do is also come into our MAUI program, and the only thing we need to do is come in and register these services. So we're going to use 3 different services. We're going to use connectivity, geolocation, and map. And those are all iConnectivity, iGeolocation, and iMap. So we might as well just register them all now. So we'll say builder.services. And I'm going to add this as a singleton as well. I'm going to say iConnectivity. And what you're able to do in the constructor is pass it a default implementation to use. So here I'm going to say connectivity dot current. All right. So how .NET MAUI is set up is that there's a default built-in publicly, not static, but singleton basically inside of it. So we're just registering that with our service here. I'm also going to say iGeolocation, and this will be geolocation dot default. Some of them are dot current, some of them are dot default. I'm not sure why the team picked those, but up to them. And then I'm also going to do iMap here. I'm going to say map.default as well. Perfect. Cool. So we have registered connectivity, geolocation, and map. Now I'm going to run the application in non-debug. The debugger actually requires, on the emulator itself to have internet capabilities enabled. So if you take it sometimes in airplane mode, it might disconnect. So that can be a little bit odd. But let's go ahead and do this. I'm just going to go and shove this into airplane mode. So now we don't have internet. I'm going to click get monkeys, and boom, just like that, internet issue, check your connectivity and try again. Whoa. Now if I take this out of airplane mode, boop. Now our emulator has internet again. Wait for that to come back up. Boop. And just like that, we have internet and we're able to get our monkeys, which is so cool. Look at that, like literally a line of code, just registering it up. It's totally amazing. So good. It's so unbelievably good. I just love it. All right. Now, you're probably also wondering, like, well, there's a big blank section here. And that's because we want to actually use the geolocation service to find the device's geolocation and find monkeys that are close by and pop up a little dialog. So let's do that. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go and close this out. And we're going to open up, I'm just going to close all these tabs. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the monkeys view model. And the first thing we're going to do is just like we had iConnectivity, I'm going to say iGeolocation, geolocation. And let's see if Visual Studio will do this as well. Oh my gosh, so good. So we pass in iGeolocation, get our geolocation, and we're totally good to go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add another ICommand, and this is going to be an async task of get closest monkey. Now you can mark it as async or not async. It doesn't really matter because the ICommand that we add here for source generators will automatically add or remove that. So we can make this async if we want everything to be async here for naming purposes. Totally up to you. Okay, so inside of this, the first thing we would say is like if is busy or our monkeys.count equals 0, then let's return. Because I don't have any monkeys, there's no closest monkey, or I'm getting monkeys right now on the internet, so don't go ahead and get that stuff. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a try catch over here, and we're just going to catch all exceptions. This could be a permission issue. This could be a series of things that go wrong here. But what I'll do here is I'm going to grab this other error that we had. So let's output this here, just like we did before. So I'm unable to get closest monkey, and just put out that error. And that's important. Like we want to, whenever we're calling these native APIs, things could be turned off on the device. Geolocation could be turned off, for example. Internet issues, a whole bunch of things. You always want to make sure you put those in try catch and read the documentation to make sure you know what's going on there. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to use the cached location. This is kind of one of my best practices based on what you need location for. If you type in geolocation dot, we can see that we have get location async and also get last known location async. And that's really nice because that enables us to grab the cache location first. We could check time codes and how old that is, else actually pull the real location. So I'm going to say var location equals await geolocation.get last known location async. I'm going to say if location equals null, and here's where maybe you would do that time check. If it's null or it's older than a month, maybe, or older than a day, or older than an hour, let's go ahead and get the real location. So location equals, again, await geolocation.get location async. Now I can just call that method, it'll use the defaults, but it can also take in a new geolocation request. And that's what I like to pass in because it enables me to do two things. We can set an accuracy, which is like how accurate do you need it to be. You have like low, high, highest, best. Medium's pretty good. And that sort of will tell the operating system based on the different one, maybe use Wi-Fi versus real geolocation versus cellular, things like that. I'm also giving it a timeout, and we'll give it 30 seconds because Visual Studio recommended it. So why not? And timeout's nice because if you don't really need it immediately, or you, for some reason, want to give up after 30 seconds and then just use the cache location, then, you can give it a timeout and that'll throw an exception. Awesome. So now let's say we have our location. So again, I'll do if location equals null for some reason, let's return out of there just in case, because we don't have it. We should probably do a pop-up, but yeah, it's fine. What we'll do now is we'll say var, and let's grab the first monkey in the list. But we're going to order them by how close they are to us. So, right, so let's go through the monkey list and say, hey, monkey, how far away are you from me, from my location? How far away are you from me? And then order those in the list, ascending, which would be pretty much the closest would be like 0, for example. It's right on top of me. So we'll say first, I'm going to say monkeys dot, I'm going to scroll up to the top here. We're going to use link. So we're going to use order by, and I'm going to tell it that for each monkey, okay, let's do m dot, and then we'll do location. So from me, there's an extension method where I can open the maps async, but I can also calculate distance. This is really cool. And this will take in a end location in units, or I can take in a latitude, longitude, for example, which is cool. So let's go ahead and do m dot latitude, m dot longitude, and then the units, which don't really matter. Distance units dot miles, because it's just a number that we care about there. All right, and then we'll do dot first or default. Cool. And then again, if for some reason, if first equals null, which it couldn't, but if it did, we'll just return. And again, is null. I'm so used to my old ways, but is null is definitely the better way of checking against nulls there. So we're passing in our latitude and longitude right into this. So we're calculating how far away the monkey is from me, finding that first one, the closest one, and then we're going to pop up an alert. So we'll say await shell.current.display alert. We'll say closest monkey, and then I'm going to say let's do a string. We'll say first.name in first.location. Oh no, yeah, location. There we go. And then we'll just say, okay, there we go. Awesome. So not too bad. We go and we just make the geolocation request with just a few lines of code. And again, we'll do is null. We're going to get that right one of these days. I will be good to go. Okay. So now what we need to do is call this get closest monkey command that's been generated for us. So we're going to go back into our main page, scroll to the bottom, or just collapse that, and put in another button. So we'll just get that button there. And we're going to say find closest. There we go. And this one is going to be called get closest monkey command. There we go. And the difference here is that this will be in row 1, but it'll also be in column 1. All right. So now at this point, what we're going to do is debug the application. And what we've done and what I've configured ahead of time for us, we actually open up the solution, is that on each platform, I have automatically configured the required settings that are needed. So here's the permissions needed for geolocation, for example. If I was to open up the iOS info plist, let me do open with, let's just do XML editor. We can scroll in here and we can see that this is the location when in use that is needed. So I've given each of the different platforms the ability to request the location. So let's go ahead and just say get monkeys. I'm going to say find closest. And we'll say, yeah, while using the app, this is going to go now, grab our geolocation. And we see, oh, the closest monkey is Henry in Phoenix. And in fact, let's add some breakpoints here. So, and we can see here, if I tap on this, that the location is going to be set to Mountain View because that's where the emulator default is, which is cool. But let's go ahead and open up our monkeys view model. Let's add a breakpoint here and a breakpoint here and a breakpoint down here. Say find closest. We have our monkeys, 13 monkeys. We'll continue on. Our cache location right over here. We get that direct information. We get the timestamp for it. We get the accuracy, a bunch of information, course, altitude, altitude reference system, all this good stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there. If it's coming from a mock provider, which is not true in this case, if you were doing a mock location, we can see that our location is still not null. And then boom, sure enough, we find Henry. Very cool. And just like that, we have geolocation built in to our app. I mean, this is literally just a few lines of code, which is cool. Now, this geolocation is handling the permissions for me, but there is also a permissions API built in to .NET MAUI. So here I can say request async, or I could say check async, and I could pass it permissions dot location when in use, for example. And this would go off, check the permission, make sure I have everything, and I could be controlled in control of it. So that might be one thing I want to do in this app is instead of letting the geolocation API of .NET MAUI check for permissions, I may want to do it myself. So you have that ability inside of .NET MAUI. All right, the last one here. Why not? Let's do one more. Let's go into our view model, into our monkey details, and let's pass in an IMAP. All right, so we had a map earlier, so we're going to pass this in. You're probably wondering what this constructor is doing here. Well, that's what it's there for now. And let's do this. Let's go in and just simply say a new ICommand, and let's do an async task of open map async. Why not? We're just going to keep it with the async here. And again, we're going to do a try catch exception. And because I'm, a little lazy, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this code around. There we go. And here we'll say unable to open map. Now you might want to catch that exception because if you open the map application to a specific area on a device, the device might not have a map application for some reason. Maybe it doesn't have Google Play services on it, or maybe the user uninstalled the application or turned something off. So you definitely want to do that. Now this is cool. All we got to do is await and say map dot, and I can do open async or try open async. So try open async will sort of return a Boolean instead of the exception. So you could do that there. So totally up to you. Now all we need to do is pass in a location, or we could pass in a place mark or a latitude and longitude. So let's do that. I'm going to say monkey dot latitude, monkey, I always use the capital one there, dot longitude. And then it's also going to take in a new map launch options. And this is pretty cool. What you're able to do is give it a name, so display. So let's just say the name is the monkey.name. Then you also give it a navigation mode. And this is really neat. You can tell it to launch the map app into driving, into transit, into bicycle, or into none. Which is just, hey, open the map and display it. Cool. All right. So now what we need to do is add a button to click this thing. Let's do it. So let's go into our details page this time. And I'm going to go ahead and under the grid, but maybe before this vertical stack layout, let's add another button in there. I'm going to say text. I'll say show on map. Let's do a command here. There we go. To a binding of open map command. I'm going to say horizontal options. Let's center it. Let's give it a width of 200 for good measure. Let's give it a little spacing between stuff. And then we'll also give it a style of the same one that we're using on the other page, which is the button outline. Boom. And this is going to go under the grid, under the image, but above all the monkey details that are there, which is quite nice. All right. So let's go ahead and do this over here. So we're going to launch this up and see this working over here. So let's go ahead and get our monkeys. Say get monkeys. I'm going to go ahead and click on the baboon, and then we have show on map. And boom, we're launching Google Maps. Now, apparently I don't have it signed in or registered or things like that. But boom, just like that, our monkey is there. And I would be able to zoom in and out wherever this monkey is at, I guess. Let's go ahead and do another one. Let's do Mooch in Seattle. Open on map. Boop. This will probably give us like some stuff. So there's, yeah, now we're down in Seattle and Fairmount. I used to live up over here somewhere. There's an Amazon Go, all sorts of stuff. So there you go. We're opening the map to the specific location of where that monkey lives, which is quite awesome. All right. Now, what I also want to do is I want to tell you a little bit about some platform-specific tweaks that you can do, because while so far we've used these really cool APIs that are cross-platform, there are also these things called platform specifics, and .NET MAUI offers these up. So a great example is on iOS, this safe zone that needs to, safe area that needs to be used specifically when dealing with the notch, for example. So this is actually something that's really, really cool. So I'm going to open up the main page over here, and I'm going to go ahead and add a new namespace up here for iOS specifically. This is going to be a little crazy. I'm going to say iOS. I'm going to say iOS specific. Okay. Now I want you to notice what happened here on this long title is that this brought in a namespace of dotnet MAUI. And then it said that it is in a specific assembly. And that's really cool. So you can reference other assemblies inside of your application. Now what this gives us is extensions to say iOS : and I can say page.useSafeArea, true or false. All right. And that's going to enable me to go ahead and make sure that when I have a notch, that it's going to space things correctly. So how about we hop over to my Mac really quick. We're going to boot up the application for iOS, and we're going to see this with true and false. And then we'll have officially completed our next module, which is all about using platform API. So let's head over there now. Let's do it. All right, here we go. We're inside of Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. And we can see here that we have the safe area set for iOS. And when I go ahead and bring up the application, we can note that nothing is overlapped in the status bar or in this little area down here. And click on Get Monkeys, and sure enough, there's all my monkeys. I can do Find Closest, and there's Henry and Phoenix. That's using mock service data from the actual simulator. And I can tap on a monkey, and sure enough, there I am. Now, if I open up the Mac application, you can see we also have a Mac application here. And click Get Monkeys. There's our monkeys. And sure enough, I can navigate as well, which is really, really cool. Now, if we come in here, we can see that this is Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. So we have all of the normal things that we would expect. So here's our views and our view models and all the things that I showed you before. You can easily select what you want to deploy on. If you want to deploy directly onto your Mac, you can select your Mac and you're good to go. And that's all working because, again, if we open up here the main file, we can note here that we are multi-targeting. So automatically macOS picks up all of our deployment targets and Android emulators as well. And there you go. Now we've deployed our application directly over to Mac and over to our iOS simulator, looking absolutely beautiful. Now we just implemented some native platform features using the built-in cross-platform APIs in dotnet MAUI. Now, you may be thinking, well, what's next? What else can we do? Well, I like to think about after we've started to build out our application, we may need to think about the styling of our application based on the form factors or how our designers, or if you're the designer, want to display data to our users. So far, all we've done is displayed a list of data in a vertical stack pretty much inside that collection view. We also tapped on an item and navigated in. Now, you might be saying, well, that doesn't seem like very much like a collection of things. It seems like a list of things. Well, there is a list view built into dotnet MAUI, but collection view is sort of the next evolution because it is much more flexible. So what I want to do is break down a little bit about what the collection view is now that we've started to use it, and all of the other things you can do with it, such as empty views and pull to refresh. Now, what we've seen is that collection view is a way of presenting data with different layouts. It aims to provide a flexible and performant alternative to the list view. You can think of it as the next evolution of the list view. But why would you want to use collection view instead of just using a list view? Because a list view has a lot of nice features. It has a different swipe to delete actions in it. It has click events, obviously. It has grouped headers too. While collection view, like I said, has all of that and so much more, and a much more flexible way of doing it that is much more performant. So first and foremost, the collection view has a flexible layout system. It enables you to present things vertically, horizontally, in a list, or in a grid. Now, you can also create your own custom layouts to display data however you want. It also supports single and multiple selections. So if you need to do multiple selection, you can have that built right in. It has no concepts of cells. It just uses a data type directly. So it actually requires less XAML or less code to create each item inside the list. It automatically uses virtualization to provide optimizations by the native controls under the hood. It reduces the API surface of the list view. Many of the properties and events are not present in the collection view because they're not needed, but there's many new ones that are optimized for displaying lists of collection. And specifically, what we mean by they're not there, they're available in other ways. For example, pull to refresh, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. It doesn't include built-in separators because that was annoying for many developers. You can add them yourself. And additionally, what's nice is that the collection view will automatically throw an exception if things have been updated off of the UI thread. With the list view, it was kind of hard to know one way or the other and could get yourself into trouble. So this is nice when you're developing your application. So there's many things here, but I'll also put a link to documentation and of course a video that I did criticizing and optimizing and looking at both list view and collection view too. I have a lot of videos here on the YouTube. And heck, if you're liking this video, make sure you hit like and subscribe so you get notified whenever I put out a video. All right, so what I said is there's lists and there's grids. So here we have a list. You can do it horizontally. You can use a grid. You can say how many items are in each of them, left and right, up and down, all the different things. You can also specify headers and footers, which are also nice. So if you want things on the top or on the bottom, you can do that too. There's also an empty view built in. So all you have to do is set the empty view, and if there's no items, it will go ahead and display that. There's also groupings built in too, which is a collection. So you can have different groups of items, very similar to list view as well. And that grouping is also important because you want to display different types of different information in different ways. For example, in the podcast application that I'll link to, which is a beautiful dotnet MAUI application, it links two different sections of what's new and specifically for you. And that uses a collection view and it sets the isGrouped property. And what's great about that is that it enables you to set a different data template for that specific grouped header. You can interact with it and it's very optimized as well. So this is really nice if you want to have different groupings. All right, let's talk about pull to refresh. Now things are a little bit different between the list view and the collection view, and I want to talk about that specifically here because often you're going to want to enable your users to pull down and refresh that data. Now I often come in and I have a view model and I have things such as an isBusy and an isRefreshing. And I often have a method that's called like refresh, such as refresh the data or get data. And that's what I want to have called when the user clicks on a button to get data or when they pull to refresh. So what we want to do here is use those different Booleans to say if I'm already doing something, don't do it again, but also control that refresh mechanism. So when I pull to refresh, isRefreshing will automatically be set to true and it will call that refresh method. And then we'll control, so we make sure that we don't call this over and over again with isBusy. And what this would look like inside of a list view is a bunch of different properties. So for example, we would say is pull to refresh enabled. We have to set that to true. We'd have to do a data binding to the refresh command, and then we'd have to do another data binding to the isRefreshing. And this is this complexity that's added into this list view as this feature was added. There's a bunch of other different events and things that were triggered here. So that's why the team decided to decouple refreshing from the list view, and they created a refresh view. This gives it a much more optimized scenario to handle anything that can scroll, including list views, scroll views, and the collection view. It can also be used by other controls that are out created by control vendors or by the community. So if anything is scrolling, it can go ahead and be put into a refresh view. It's much easier. Here we have a command, just like we had inside the list view, that is doing data bindings to the refresh command, and then an isRefreshing that is automatically turning it on and off. And this is nice because now we've separated the concerns of our refreshing and our collection view. And it's very easy. As we can see here, it minimizes the API, but it also gives flexibility with some new controls and colors for that control, which is really great. Now let's go ahead and do it. Let's optimize our collection view with an empty view by modifying around some of the different ways of displaying data and implementing that pull to refresh. All right, you've made it to the next module all about the collection view and optimizing it with awesome different layouts and pull to refresh and even an empty view. It's really cool. There's a whole bunch of really cool flexibility built into this thing that I love. Now, if you've made it this far, I have to assume that you're enjoying yourself a little bit. And if you are, it'd be super awesome if you could hit that like button down there over on YouTube. I know I've said it about 20 times during this video, but it'd be super helpful. That not only tells me that you like this video and this type of content, but also helps others right here on YouTube find this video. It goes in that magical YouTube algorithm of goodness, that recommendation engine that no one knows how it works. But except for if you hit that like button, that's super good. Now, if you want to go a step further, you can also hit that subscribe button down there while you're there. And what's cool about that is that in your subscription feed on YouTube app, and on the website, you're going to see all the new videos I put out every single week. If you really love what's happening over here, ring that notification bell, and that's going to actually send you little push alerts whenever I put out a new video. I only do like one a week, so it's not crazy. So if you're into it, go ahead and check it out. But let's get into our collection view. I super appreciate it if you hit that like button. All right, here's our monkey finder. We got monkeys, we're navigating, we're doing geolocation, we're doing all this stuff. It's amazing. But what if we wanted to add some more things like pull to refresh, for example, or put these things in a grid? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? Well, let's do it. Let's go ahead and close these down and take a look. All right. The first thing we're going to do is come over into our monkey application, and we're going to spend a lot of time just directly in the main page and the monkey's view model. Now, so far our collection view is just right here. It has, it's in 2 columns spanning. And it has this collection over here that it's doing data binding to. And then down over here, we have a button. And that's fine, but it would be great if we could do a little pull to refresh. So there is no, refresh thing over here. There's a bunch of different events like threshold remaining, reach, scroll to request, a whole bunch of other stuff. But what we really want to do is add pull to refresh. And how we're able to achieve that is by using the refresh view. So we're going to wrap the collection view in a refresh view. So I'm just going to indent this, put that in there, and add a little break. Perfect. Now, the collection view no longer needs to span multiple columns because it's going to fill its parent control, which is the refresh view, which means I can delete that off the collection view. And I can say grid.columnspan 2 for the refresh view, and our collection view is going to fill that. Now this is nice because the refresh view is flexible. If you can scroll content, you can refresh it. So a web view, a scroll view, a collection view, a list view, all those things. Now we need to set a few properties here. So we're going to actually set a command, which is what do you want it to do and call when pull to refresh happens. And we're going to say binding here to get monkeys command. All right. And then we also need to control that pull to refresh. We have a little indicator right now running, but we probably want to tell the refresh also to stop because they're going to pull. It's going to be active and we need to manually tell it to stop. And we can do that through data binding. So there is a property called is refreshing and it's true and false, but I'm going to do a binding here to a property that we haven't created yet called is refreshing. All right. And you can see those little dots come up. So here's what we're going to do is we're going to come over to our monkeys view model and we're going to add another property. This time bool is refreshing. And then we're going to say observable property, just like that. We've created our data binding in place. And now we have the option, right? We have the option of controlling when do we want it to stop? Do we want it to stop immediately? Like is refreshing here immediately false? Is that what we want to do? That could be. We might have our own little animation playing or something else like that. We just kind of want to be notified. No, we could do that. But let's also maybe think about doing it in a different way, which is maybe we do want the pull to refresh. We want it to stay as long as it's refreshing the data. So we could put that down in the finally, basically, is busy is false, is refreshing is false. Now they're saying, well, James, why don't you just use is busy here, right? You already have that set up. Well, the main problem in general here is that as soon as you pull to refresh, if you did data bind into is busy, it would be true, right? So if I actually had a breakpoint here, and let's spin this up over on Android, for example, you can see exactly what I mean, which is that data binding that we put in place for is refreshing, that would automatically be triggered to true. So we don't really want to use that then as the property that we're gauging if we're able to refresh or not. So here, I'm just going to do a pull to refresh, boop. And notice our is busy is false, but our is refreshing is true. So now I can continue on, load our data, and sure enough, there are our monkeys. And that little pull to refresh is going to be right on top, which is nice. Now, if I come over and actually run this on Windows, we're not going to see pull to refresh unless you're on a touch screen. So there's a few ways of getting around that. If you want to, you could obviously have your get monkeys over there, but you could also add toolbar items. These are super convenient because you could come in and just say text and then say refresh and yell at them, and you can add an icon. And if you save that there, you can see there's a big refresh button right there in the top right. So a lot of different ways of doing that. You can do the pull to refresh on the collection view, or you can go and add this refresh as well, which is really, really nice. All right. All right, now that we have our refresh view, what if we wanted to sort of organize these items in the collection view a little bit different? That'd be pretty cool. Right now, we just have this vertical list that we have scrolling up, but wouldn't it be cool if we could do grids and columns and horizontal and vertical? Well, we totally can. So let's go ahead and push this over here. And what I'm going to do is come in. I'm going to add another property to this collection view. It's going to be the items layout. There we go. Which is pretty cool. Now there's a whole bunch of things in the collection view like sizing strategies and all these other things, but items layout's pretty cool. It enables you to use a built-in items layout or your own custom one. So there's a few built in such as the grid and the linear. And by default, we're using the linear here, which is like really, really cool. But you can set the linear and you could do orientation of vertical or horizontal, but I love the grid. So if I do the grid items layout, I can say orientation vertical to still go up and down. And then I could do something like span. There's different spacing. There's different things inside this. I could say span, and I could say, give me 2, for example. And this is going to now assign 2 columns in our application. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Now I've added the padding here on the grid, but if I wanted to, I can now remove that and let the collection view itself handle it. I'd remove a view from it, which is actually quite nifty. I could also make it 3. Check that out. Now I got 3 just hanging out right here, right? Now I don't want to optimize my controls and my views based on this, but in your mind, you could sort of set that there. The other thing that you can do is you can do something like an on idiom, for example, or you could do on platform. You could do on Android, do 3. On iOS, do this. I could also, for example, say, yeah, on idiom desktop 1. And then default 3, right? So now when I'm on desktop, it's going to give me 1. It's going to give me more information, but maybe on mobile, I want it to be really condensed. So now if I come over and I pull up our Windows device over here and just hit debug, we're going to see that on desktop, we're going to get just 1, whereas comparatively, when I ran it over on Android on there, I got the 3 of them. So here we go. Refresh and we get 1. So you have control over what you want to do there, which is really, really nice. Now, one thing that has always bothered me, and I'm sure it has you as well, which is when you launch this application, you get this big blank screen. That's not great. What we want to do is put in an empty view. Basically says, hey, when this thing is empty, would you please, show something, right? It could be an animation. It could be just like, an image, for example, and you have control over doing that. So let's go ahead and delete this items layout. We don't really need that anymore, but let's go ahead and now come in and say CollectionView.EmptyView. Now with that alone, it's going to enable me to put any view inside of it. So I could put text, I could put images, I can do anything. So let's do this. Let's put in a stack layout, and I'm going to put and make this, vertical option, center, horizontal option, center. So put it right in the middle. And I'm going to say, you know what? Let's just make it like, 200 by 200. So width 200, height 200. Let's make sure we do that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an image inside of it. So I'm just going to say image. So what I've done is I snuck over a little Sasquatch. He's like, hey, how's it going? I'm just a Sasquatch hanging out. I'd love to be in your application. So let's put him in the application. So I'm going to say source, no data.png. And then what I can do here is I can say horizontal. We'll do center and expand, vertical, center and expand. And let's do an aspect of aspect fill. All right. So let's go ahead and rerun this over on Windows. And now what we're going to see is that our application should now have our little Sasquatch. Oh, there's a little Sasquatch. Pretty cool. Now I've just centered it over here so we can actually center and expand and it'll fill it all up. But when I hit the get monkeys, sure enough, boom, there is our monkeys totally ready to go, which is really, really cool. If I run this over on Android, we're going to see the same exact view that we saw earlier. So let's go ahead and boot that up and we should see something similar. And you can of course tweak the view as well if you want to, which is nice. So let's go ahead and see what this looks like over on Android. Here we go. Let's pull this over here. Sure enough, there's our little Sasquatch hanging out. Now you can also delete this as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and we're not in hot reload. So what I can also do is I can say empty view. There's an empty view and an empty view template. I could also say empty, for example, here. And if I rerun this now, I'm not going to use any custom template. I'm just going to go ahead and use the text here that is empty. So now we just see empty. So you're kind of in control. I like that you can just put a string, but probably you want to put a full control inside there. That would be the most ideal scenario. But there you have it. We've optimized our collection view. We've added an empty view. We've played around with different stuff. And at this point, you sort of discover some of the really cool features of the collection view and the other controls that play real nice. Now, the last thing is really taking a look at how we can optimize light theme and dark theme in our application and how to reuse resources throughout our entire app. So stay tuned for the final module in the workshop. All right, we have now come to the final section of the workshop. Specifically, we're going to talk about app themes and resources and how you can optimize your application with less code with reusable styles and also do theming for light theme, dark theme, or your own custom theme as well. Now, this is one of my favorite parts of .NET MAUI because now in the default template, there's a default style for everything that's built in. So it's really, really super optimized, which is absolutely delightful. But inside the workshop, we're going to see how our application today is structured to not really be flexible for that light and dark theme. And we're going to go ahead and implement that ourselves. But before we get there, we've actually been using a bunch of styles and themes I just didn't tell you. So I think it's good to go back to the basics and break down exactly what is happening and why you want to use app themes and resources and styles. So let's talk about this. The objectives of using styles and themes is that we want to avoid duplication of XAML or any of our resources. We also want to create a consistent UI, make sure our resources and styles are available across the app, and also we want to enable light and dark theme modes. So let's talk specifically about those motivations. First, when we think about it, right? Here, we often might be duplicating a whole bunch of XAML over and over again. If you look at this code here, we have a label, entry, a box view, and a button. We're setting the background color over and over and over again to different colors, such as white and black. And we're setting the font size here to 16.5. And that's a hard-coded string. If we want to change that, we're going to have to modify it on every single control, which is kind of like a bummer. Now, of course, you could probably do some different refactoring and different things like that, but it's not going to be super elegant. What you really want to do is create something that is less error prone. So for example, wouldn't it be great if we could just set a resource that would be defined on these objects that can be used in multiple places? So for example, on that label and button, we have that specific color for our text and background of 00FF00 and that font size of 16.5. What we'd want to do is apply resources throughout this UI and the entire application, and we can do that. Because built into .NET MAUI are resource dictionaries. You can think of them as key value stores that enables us to customize our user application's interface. So normally a resource dictionary is a bunch of objects. It says a key and it has an object associated with it. So for example, you can add and remove and get indexed in on different resources and they're returned to you automatically. Now we can create those encoded by C# or inside of XAML itself. So what I like about this inside of a resource dictionary is that it has a bunch of objects inside of it. For example, we could set the thickness or a color or an integer or anything, really, to be honest with you. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to create a thickness. Maybe we're using a padding here inside of our XAML markup. We're going to give it a key. We'll say my key, and we'll set different values. So 10, 20, 40, 80. That's going to be left 10, top 20, right 40, bottom 80. And then we can reference that later on. So for example, what we would do to access static resources is put them either in the page or inside of our app right here, and then use them by referencing them below. Here I'm setting the padding to the static resource of my key. So that enables us to bind basically our resources to specific properties. And if I change those values later, they'll cascade to any of the different controls that are using that. Now this is great because there's a bunch of different things built in, such as any of the different settings like thickness or color of .NET MAUI, but you can also use standard types such as strings and characters and singles and doubles and bytes and ints and booleans as well. You can set them all here, which is actually really, really nice. Use this X:, which is a reference to the specific system, and you can just go ahead and define those and set the keys as well. So if you need to pass things across, you can define those too. Another nice thing that is built into .NET MAUI is something called on-platform. This enables you, for example, to set specific colors or different values based on the platform it's running on. So iOS, Android, Mac, Windows, you can set those different colors. And when you bind them up, it'll automatically find the specific value that you've set. That's super duper nice. Now, one of the other things that you can do is update the resources as well. So for example, here I have a background color of blue, but you can also update that later. You would go in and access the resources of the application or the page, grab it by the key, and set it to whatever the new value is. Now, this is a little bit different. Previously, we were using static resources, and static are static. They don't change. You'd have to set that to a dynamic resource, and a dynamic resource specifically would change and be listening for events. So you want to use dynamic resources whenever you think that value is going to change. So that is something that's super nice based on what you need, static or dynamic. Now you can also apply these resources in code. I've been doing it all in XAML, but you can see that you can do set static resource or set dynamic resource for any property to a specific string, which is nice. Now styles are also important because styles cascade with those different resources. For example, here we can see that we have two buttons that are using a lot of the same exact resources: highlight colors, edge, size, text color, and the only difference is the text. Now we'd want to optimize this in many, many ways because here we're doing a lot of static resources. And in fact, every time you set one of these over here, it's going to be a little bit slower to do that static resource lookup compared to just setting it to white, for example. So when we think about efficiency, if we could somehow reuse and only have to look up things once, that would be ideal. And that is where different styles come in with setters. And a setter is a container for a property and a value pair. So very similar to what we were creating in our static resources, but here I can create a setter of the text color property that it would bind to and set a value. So that means I could create a style of a bunch of setters. So here I'm going to create a style of a target type of button. And then what I'm going to do is set a bunch of setters for all of those different properties that that button would be. Now this target type is just for the specific button. So all of my buttons in my application would use this style because it's sort of a base type there. But we could also set a key just like we did on our static and dynamic resources. And this will enable me to reference that style later on in my code. For example, here, I now have my button OK and cancel. They're both using the static resource myButtonStyle. Now what's nice is that if for some reason I wanted to change the background color of cancel, I could still set that and it would override my style, which is oh so nice. Now remember here that you can use static or dynamic values inside of your setter. So if that background is never going to change, just use a static. Else, if the text is going to change, you could go ahead and use a dynamic resource too. So it's up to you and you are in control. Now, like I mentioned earlier, there are differences between implicit styles and explicit styles. Styles can automatically be controlled by all the controls if you omit that X:" key. You're literally saying here, hey, that button is every button inside my application because I didn't give it a name, so it's set it everywhere. Else what you're going to do is provide that button style key there. Like I said, you can always override things. So for example, here, if I just set the background color to blue instead of red, it's going to go ahead and override it as well, which is super nice. Now, so far, we've set specifically the target type to button, but if you want to, you can sort of create a generic one because you do have ancestor targeting. So for example, every single control is a visual element. So if you created my visual element here and that you set the target type to visual element, any control can go ahead and reference that. For example, a button could set the style right there if you wanted to. So again, you can be very specific or more generic. Now, don't forget, you can totally set these things in C# code as well. So here we can create a bunch of setters in a new style of a target type, and you can create them all there in code as well. So up to you if you want to use XAML like I prefer, or in C# too. Now let's talk about light theme and dark themes in applications, because now we have a general concept of styles and reusable resources, and we could change things dynamically. But wouldn't it be great if your application could automatically react when the user changes from light theme to dark theme, or you could manually set it in your application? Well, you can, because there is another type of resource binding, which is called the app theme binding. You can think of it as a theme-aware dynamic resource. So here, for example, if this markup extension, I say background color app theme binding, and then I bind the light and dark settings to different static resources. So this is super duper nice. I'm still using those static resources or the dynamic resources I've set up, so they're shared throughout my application, but I use them in an app theme binding. You can also use these in styles as well. So this is one of the nice things that I like is what I do is I create a bunch of styles for all of the controls in my application, like you see here, and I set the app theme binding on them. So this is super nice because now I can reference just my button style and I'm off to the races with app theme bindings. Now you can also set the theme manually. By default, it'll adhere to what the user has set on their device, but you could manually set this into light theme or dark theme mode or whatever the user selected. And this is nice because you might have a setting screen where you're actually enabling your users to always use light, always use dark, or go ahead and use the system preferred. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's implement app themes into our Monkey application. All right, we're almost at the end of the workshop. You've made it this far. Now it's really just about fine-tuning the application, as we just saw over with the collection view, and now we can do the same thing with app themes. Now, I've actually preloaded this application with a bunch of themes, but we're now going to optimize it specifically for light and dark theme mode. So let's check it out. All right, so our Monkey Finder application is looking amazing, but here on the Android emulator, if I toggle on this dark theme mode, there's no dark theme. That's a bummer town. How do we get dark theme in our application? Well, all we need to do is update some of our default styles. So we have all of our different refresh views, collection views, and you've probably noticed that one thing that we've been assigning are these different styles over here. And these styles specifically are for things like the labels, like large label, medium label. If you look at this button, you saw there's this button outline, for example. And you're probably thinking like, that's cool. And James styled a few things, but how do we enable the light theme, dark theme mode? So let's take a look over here, specifically in the app XAML and the app shell XAML. So over here, there's this shell resource, which gives you a bunch of resources for the shell. So if you have tabs and flyout controls, you can apply things there. But over on my app XAML, what I've done is just set out a default style sheet for the app. Now, when you get a new .NET MAUI application, there's going to be an entire style sheet for the entire application and every single control. I sort of pared that down into a minimal viable product here, okay? So what we have is a few primary keys over here for colors. We have primary, primary dark, and an accent. We have a light background and a dark background. And then we have a few styles. We have a page, we have a navigation page, here are the labels, and all these different things here. So if we see, well, our label is setting the background color of text to this dark color, and all of these other labels are inheriting from them, so those never update. And if we look at this, button here, we have our button, and sure enough, it's using just a light theme. And same thing here, check this out. If we look at this background, it's just using a light theme too. So what we can do is start to update some of these colors. So let's do something first. Let's come in, and we have our light theme and dark theme, but let's add a few other colors. So I'm just gonna add some new resources, and let's do a key here, which is what we'll call into. I'm gonna say label text, and then I'm gonna say that 1F, 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 yeah, that's it, cool. So that's gonna be the normal text when we're in light theme mode. I'm gonna add another one here, which is dark. So when we're in dark mode, what do we want it to look like? Well, we want it to be white, for example, so that we have that contrast. Now for that card view, we also need to add a few properties too. So let's do color x:key. I'm going to say card background. I'm going to do white because when we're in light mode, we want it to be white. And then over here, when I'm in dark mode, here we go, key. I'm going to say card background dark. Let's make it another color, which I'll do 1C, 1C, 1E, which is like not quite black, but like a little bit over there. So you're just kind of contrast. You're playing around with colors over there. Now you can see I've defined the background here for light background, dark background. So what we can do on this page is actually update this. Instead of using a static resource, we're going to use an app theme binding. All right. So we're going to do app theme binding that we just learned about. I'm going to say, in light mode over here, let me just pull that back. In light mode, let's use the light background. So I'm going to say light equals static resource of the light background. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say dark over here. I'm going to say static resource dark background. All right. And in fact, you can see I have that in a few other places if we were to add a navigation page over there. So we have this in light, use light, in dark, use dark. Now we're also able to do is update this label. Now, if you remember, all of these other labels inherit, they're based on that base label. So we only have to set this property in one place. So again, we're going to use an app theme binding. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come in and say, just like we did before, let's do light, a static resource to our label text, and then dark over there to a static resource to our label text dark. Cool, easy peasy. So it's not that much. It's a little bit verbose, but it's going to enable you to do this. And you put it in one place. All right, let's also update a few other properties. What about this button background? Well, we can actually update this to the, let's say, light background and dark background. So actually, let's go ahead and copy and paste this here to this, this background that we set earlier. So we'll assign those the same colors of our main page background. So let's go in here, and here's our button. Just like that, we'll put that in there. Now for our card, we want it to be a little bit different. We don't want it to necessarily just be the light background. It'd be pretty great if we could do and assign that to the card background, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to come in, we're going to say a app theme binding, static or light theme. There we go. I'm going to set that equal to a static resource of our card background. And again, our dark over to a static resource, static resource of our card background dark. All right. Just a few different properties over there, assigning the different colors so they align well. You could, of course, get those from your designers or a Figma file or anything like that, right? You get it there. And now what's going to happen is we can come in, run this again, And ideally what we're getting is all of our themes coming in real time into our application. So let's see the application start up here. Here's our monkeys. Boom. Cool. Now I'm going to hit this right here, and just like that, the entire theme transformed over here. And because we are using those styles that we've defined, if I go into this details page over here, we have the same button outline. We have the medium, the small labels. They're adapting automatically to the user interface. And again, if I come in and do this, boom, the themes are dynamic. Now, we mentioned in the slides that there's normal static resources, there's dynamic resources, and there's app theme bindings. Now, the reason that you don't need to make any of these dynamic resources in this case, because they never change. But if you were to be like, dynamically, I want to assign label text to a different color, I want it to be red in some situation, you can make it dynamic. But in this case, I'm just making it static and we're totally good to go. And there you go. We've just created our monkey application in full force to be light theme, dark theme, getting stuff from the internet, doing geolocation and all that stuff. We just built our full app and it's looking pretty awesome. I love it. All right, now before we get out of here, let's load up our iOS and Mac application from Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. Now, on Windows, you could also, like I said, connect and use the remoted iOS simulator, or you could also plug in an iOS device and use iOS Hot Restart to deploy directly to an iOS device. But we're also going to deploy to the Mac, so we're going to go ahead and use Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. Now, this is the final source code, so we get our empty view right here. We can click on Get Monkeys, and sure enough, we get all of our monkeys. We can do Find Closest, and just like that, it uses the geolocation. And sure enough, I can tap on a monkey and I'm navigating across, which is really cool. I can also do Show on Map, which will launch Apple Maps as well. Now let's go ahead and open up Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. And what I'm going to do is select the Mac option from the dropdown. Here I can also, like I said earlier, select any of the iOS simulators. And I'm just going to hit Debug. Now this is going to compile up our Mac application using Mac Catalyst, and my Mac is in dark mode, so we see our dark mode application. Again, we can hit Get Monkeys. Just like that, we get our monkeys. Find Closest, that's going to ask for the location. Sebastian in Seattle, very cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and tap on a monkey, and we navigate across. And there we go. We've just deployed our iOS and Mac applications using Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. And now our application is running absolutely everywhere. All right, you've done it. You've built your very first .NET MAUI application from start to finish. You displayed some data, and then you learned about MVVM and data binding. You pulled some data from the internet and put it into the monkey list. You did some navigation and passed data objects around. And then what you did is you implemented some native platform features built into .NET MAUI, and then you mess around with the collection view, styled up that empty view all nice, and even added pull to refresh, and then add that nice dark and light theme mode to your application with reusable styles. Now, this is just the start of your .NET MAUI journey. There's tons of great documentation and source code samples that I'll put down all over there. And of course, I'm always coming out with new videos right here on my YouTube channel. And of course, a bunch of my friends are as well, which I have linked down below, like Gerald and Nick and a bunch of other amazing YouTubers. And of course, don't forget to check out the .NET YouTube, where there's tons of stuff coming out for .NET MAUI and for all the different things you can build with .NET. I hope that you really enjoyed this workshop. I loved creating it. I loved presenting it, and I love doing this stuff. This is a really long one. I hope that you come back and you revisit some of these main concepts that we've discussed here in the workshop. And of course, if you want more things in the workshop, leave comments below of what other modules you would like to see. I'm totally up for doing a part 2 workshop where we go even deeper into different topics. And if I do, I'll put that down there and I'll link it up over there, wherever it is on YouTube. Again, I hope that you really enjoyed this. I love presenting this type of information and helping others learn how to build beautiful native cross-platform apps with C# and .NET MAUI. If you have any questions about anything at all, put them down there. And of course, if you've made it this far, hours into your journey, please give it a thumbs up on YouTube because that really helps out the channel. And of course, don't forget to subscribe because I do put out videos every single week right here on my YouTube channel. Thank you so much. Feel free to hit me up on Twitter at James Montemagno. Follow me on GitHub or any of the other places. I really appreciate your time, and I hope that you enjoyed this learning journey. And I wish you all the success in continuing building native cross-platform apps with .NET MAUI. And of course, I'd love to see what you work on, so please share it there. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Have a good one, and thanks for following along in this .NET MAUI workshop. See you later.